welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday number 7, your weekly dose of Korean/European/Open StarCraft. I'm a coach host VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. If you haven't else, welcome everyone, welcome. Exclamation mark B in the chat. The bracket, of course, is live. The bracket is stacked, and there are many high-profile matches happening in the first round. We had to make the difficult decision of picking only one. So many good matches, so many good best of threes, and we're jumping into our first best of three of the there we go. There was no production tab and I was concerned, of the evening. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Zerg player, the Green Zerg, going for a proxy hatch across the map. Representing Berserker Esports, it is Matt. Matt sending out another drone to make it look like he's expanding, making it look like he's taking the third expansion, the unnatural natural. Alas, Creator is in the dark. Creator, he has not checked the main base, he has not confirmed, and now he's going to be checking the third base location. Confirms there is no third, there is no hatchery. Now he has to double back. Oh, and once again, we do see Matt faking an expansion here with another drone, keeping Creator in the dark, when really he's going for the spine rush. He's going for the spine crawlers. The hatchery is about to finish, and we're jumping into a very fast game. Before I forget, my apologies. Everything's popping off real quick. Predictions in the chat are now open. Place your bets while you can, because we are jumping in, and now we have confirmed the proxy. Creator is aware. He does throw down the cyber core. Zeld is on the way. Drones are amassing to throw down those spine crawlers, but Creator, he needs a little bit more time. Does need a little bit more time to really get this underway. Alas, a third probe has arrived. Zealot is going to be coming out. Was chronoed. Meanwhile, across the map, Lings are going to be flooding. Zealot has arrived. Here come those spine crawlers, but with the help of the Zealot, these spine crawlers may not even finish. I say that, but actually, Creator, there we go, does start redirecting, does head towards the spine. First spine crawler is going to be cancelled. Ooh, is cancelled in time. We have a backup spine crawler on the way. Alas, going to be cancelled as well. Once again, thankfully, no kills. The drones have survived. A couple links slipped into the main. Another spine crawler in production. Again, Matt, he's just trying to buy time here for his spine crawlers. But they're not going to finish. Oh, no! Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Lings have arrived, but it's a little bit too late. The spine crawler was already denied. Can we get us around? The Queen has arrived as well. Not bad. The first Zealot, it looks like it can be focused down. Oh, just barely. He gets one, he gets two. Both Zealots. Not bad. Both Zealots get picked up. Spine crawler's on the way. Queen has arrived. He's going for the shield battery. But we're running out of links. Yeah, Matt, he's running out of links. He's running out of steam. Yeah, the shield battery looks like it will complete. Or will it? It's still going to be close. Lings, they barely do not get in. Yeah, Creator, he does re-wall. Just try to focus down that shield battery. Alas, the wall is up. A second adept has arrived. Spine crawler does morph in. Behind this, Matt, he's still flooding Lings. At least still trying to. Has that limited economy, going for another spine. It looks like the shield battery is going to be targeted down. Bearing in mind, behind this, we're going for a backup gateways, a robo into an immortal. But that is still going to be delayed for Creator, and the cyber core is going to go down. Can Matt still pull this off? Gets a shield battery, gets a cyber core, he has control of the low ground, and again, this robo response was a little bit too late. Matty has control of the natural. Not bad. Takes down the gateways, the cyber core, the pylons, pushing into the main. Immortal still in production. There is a shield battery. I think the shield battery is out of range of the Nexus for the overcharge. I could be mistaken. But it does keep that pylon alive. Matt's still trying to break down that front door. But so many links are going down to the two adepts. Yeah, it is brutal. One pylon goes down finally, but the Immortal has arrived. And GG gets called. Matt, he runs out of steam. He does not break the main. And Creator survives and takes game 1. GG. GG, well played, Creator. He does survive. Again, just really patient play out of Creator. He didn't, overreact, didn't overextend. He was just very cool, calm, and collected, just getting into his own gateways, his own robo. I mean, Creator, he did the correct thing, where the reality is, losing the natural, losing the low ground, doesn't really matter. Did not really matter there for Creator. He was able to wall off on the high ground instead, tech up, get into his own production, his own shield battery, survive on one base, and that was enough. With that, GG. GG, well played. Creator does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can take the 2-0 or if Matt can bring it back. For those who are maybe unfamiliar, Matt, he is GM over in the European scene, over in the European region. But more of an up-and-coming player, more of a semi-pro, if you will. And it is going to be an uphill battle. It is an uphill battle. Creator is more of a, more of a namestay here. He's a little bit more iconic of a player, has a history behind him. More established, that's the word I was looking for. He's more of an established player, more of an established pro. We'll see if Matt can cause the upset. It was last week that Matt actually redeemed a replay cast, and we did actually cast Matt do that very same build and actually catch Trap with his pants down. He did defeat Trap with that build, alas, unable to do the same to Creator, and now we find ourselves in Game 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Matt. Here we go. As this time, Matt, he is not sending out his drone across the map. This time he's not looking at proxy. This time he's going for a much more standard opener. It makes sense. Game 1, you cheese it up, and if it works, it's amazing. If not, well, I mean, we can fall back on a more standard game. On Alkyone, it makes sense as well. More of a Mac-oriented game, a much more defendable third base, fourth as well. As the hatchery has been taken, Creator is not really one to be too risky either here, so we should be seeing a standard opener from both sides and settling in. Matt doesn't take the chance to go for the gold, does leave it alone, just going for the standard expansion. Again, rushing into the gold base can be quite risky here against some of these Korean Protosses, just because they are so used to dealing with it and so quick to respond with forges and with cannons. For now, just settling in. Hatch gas pull. Getting into our gas mining, into our link speed, into our drones, into our third base. Likewise, Creator going for the gate expand, into Cybercore, going for his tech of choice. Now, Creator, he does typically thrive in a more standard game setup. We have seen Creator go for these, more aggressive like 3-base plays, even 3-base all-ins at times. But when I think of Creator and when I think of the Korean Protoss players, and when I think of like how chaotic they can be, I feel like Creator, he's less of that. He's not like your Hero or your Classic or even Trap as well. Creator, he's a little bit more macro-oriented. I used to kind of like relate him or even compare him a little bit more to Showtime in Europe. Not quite at that level, not quite that extreme, but the closest you get in Korea. Like compared to everyone else, compared to your Heroes, your Classics, your Nightmares, Creator, he's like the most macro you really get. And even then, Creator is still really stylistic, does very often go for like these more Martial Archon Immortal-based compositions. We'll see what he goes for this time. I'll be honest, I haven't casted Creator in a month, in like over a month. It's been a while. It's been a while. Creator, he has been taking a break. Of course, recently he was posting that he was out traveling. He was climbing a mountain 2 weeks in a row or 3 weeks in a row. For those who do not follow Creator and Beyond on Instagram and on Twitter, they did actually post, it was a couple of weeks ago when they first went mountain climbing, and they did the same this weekend as well. They're touching mountains, Pappy. They're crazy. It's always really cool to see when some of these players, when, obviously they're good friends and when they interact outside of just the game. So Creator and Beyond just out there, in the wilderness, finding enlightenment. The altitude that is the Korean mountains, as we do. Ooh, shade into the natural base. 2 drones go down. Good start for Creator. It does get away. But again, it does feel like Creator, he's just been spending some time, outside of the game, chilling, just having a break during the off-season. Now he's returning, and I'm excited to see how Creator is looking nowadays. I feel like I haven't been able to cast enough of Creator as of late. I've been craving it. Now we're back. Meanwhile, the initial Adept harass got 2 drones, now pushing towards the natural. Likewise, Oracle's here to support as well. So far, Matt doesn't lose anything yet. Didn't have any workers here at the natural mineral line. Queen's going to be zoning that Oracle away. Link's massing as well. And Creator, he should evacuate. Should get out. Does shade away. Behind this mass, still just droning up. saturating. We have a spore in the main. We have a spore here at third base location. So far, so good with the Queen defense. Likewise, Creator expands as well, going for his third base, triple Oracle, into a third, into a Twilight Council. Now, this is a Twilight Council without a Forge, so I'm curious as to what Creator's going for here. This could be for Blink, for a bit of a more old-school 8-gate Blink all-in. This could be for Charge instead, rushing to a Templar Archives and going into Archon production. I'm curious where this takes us. Could even be Glaives, I guess, but I feel like for Glaives, you usually go for an earlier Twilight Council. Yeah, it's gonna be Blink. Blink, Gateway Explosion, no Forge. This feels quite aggressive. Meanwhile, double Oracle into the main. Gets one, gets two. Two drones go down. Thankfully, Matt is getting a safety Roach Warren. That was thrown down around the 440-ish mark. So Roach Warren has been placed, so he will have a Ling Roach to defend. And really, I'm keeping my eyes open for a Gateway Explosion from Creator. If he doesn't take gases at the third, if he doesn't get a fourth base, if he goes up to 7 gates, then 3 base all-in is on the horizon here for Creator. Here we go. As for now, he's still saturating. For now, he's still only on 4. Oh, that I was not expecting. Okay, so he doesn't throw down extra gateways. He goes double Forge, but double upgrades. Interesting. This should be leading into a very gateway-centric composition, so Blink into Charge, into Immortals and Archons, should be, just because upgrades do impact that kind of army a little bit more so than others. Let up say Threat in the Shade. But yeah, this is a little more unique, and I said before that, again, Creator, it can be quite stylistic in a lot of these matchups. Very prone to playing Storm against Terran, and even here, going double upgrade, which is not seen too often at all. Double Forge even. Meanwhile, Matt going for a much faster Infestation Pit. Building up with Ling Roach. The initial army has arrived. Blink is done a little bit earlier. Blink has completed. Does catch a Queen! High Engine Queen as well. Very nice pickup. One Queen goes down. Creep Tumors as well. Matt, barely any creep here outside of the third. Stasis traps being set up. Matt coming in for the surround. No, the stasis! The stasis pops off, and Creator, he does hold his own. He does hold the line. Picking up some roaches, very efficient trades. Blinks away, doesn't lose the Stalker yet. Very nice control, and there's more stasis behind this. Are more stasis traps. They don't get baited out. Catching another Queen. Getting on top of the Lings. Matt doesn't quite get it. The Stalker survives, the red HP Stalker, somehow. Wait, have 0? Okay, 2. 2 Stalkers have gone down. Only 2. Meanwhile, Creator's still pushing in, and bearing in mind this is not an all-in, he is reinforcing from across the map, but he's expanding behind this, taking a 4th base, taking up, and GG gets called. The pressure is just too much, and Creator, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by Creator. Again, because of the earlier Twilight Council, it was looking like Creator was going to be going for a 3-base all-in. Instead, he stayed on a lower gateway count. He was taking up into a 4th base, into double upgrades as well, but being very aggressive with a gateway-based army. And we saw with the control of Creator, even though he wasn't necessarily all-in, he was still doing so much and trading so well with the army of Matt. The stasis traps were brutal, the control of the blinks were insane, and Creator was just so efficient with that army, and eventually snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive stuff there by Creator. Very aggressive, of course, as well. And with that, he will advance on into the next round. Will advance on. My condolences to Matt, but a shout out to Matt nonetheless for competing in this event. Again, this isn't necessarily a European-centric tournament like the KSRS or the ESL Open Cup European tournaments, but really cool to see Matt take part in the WardiTV Monday. Really do appreciate it, and best of luck with your improvement, of course, of the game, with your future matches as well. GG, well played. Oh, and I have to be careful not to be left behind. I was a little bit late to respond, a little bit late to react. Wow, no, we're heading over. My apologies, but Creator, he advanced on to the next round to face off against Trap, and they are already on the Korean server. Hopefully, they haven't started their game. Hopefully... Okay. Hopefully, I don't get left behind. as we can switch our scenes over and have a look at the brackets. Whew, okay, I found them. Have found them. And as we head on over to the back of the shout out to Horse Local in the chat. Oh my god, Papi, for 21 months. God, Papi, God. I have no more to say than quack, quack, Papi. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Quack, quack back at you. Thank you so much for the support for 21 months. We really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. God, Papi, God. But thankfully, I have found Trap and Creator. They are currently conducting their vetoes, so I will very quickly get that ready as well. Creator and Trap. As we set off for our PvP, and we also catch up on the bracket itself. There we go. Gen G Esports just setting up the teams. Setting up the players. Meanwhile, from the top, let's go over some of these matches. We have Rebellion versus Lunacy. Also very tempting to jump on that series. Two good friends, two Korean Protoss players are facing off in the first round. Best of luck. Best of luck to Rebellion and Lunacy. Winner advances on to face off against Clem in the round of 16. Scrolling down, we have Skillus. Skillus versus Nightmare, a very, very impactful PvP. Honestly, that could go either way. I don't really know how informed Skillus is at the moment. I mentioned before that Creator, he was on break. I think Skillus was also taking some time off as well. Like a lot of players in the off-season, they've taken some time off. They've gone on vacation. Clem went to Greece. A couple players went climbing mountains, of course, and yeah, people have been just, you know, calming things down and spending time elsewhere. Hero took some time off. Dark took some time off as well. I think Hero, he took like a month off before coming back. So, yeah, I have a hard time kind of placing where Skillus is at the moment up against Nightmare, but we'll see. We'll see. Best of luck in that PvP. Scrolling down, we have Shin. Shin versus Geralt currently facing off in the round 16. Winner goes up against the winner of Trap and Creator. As Trap and Creator, they've conducted their vetoes, and we are jumping into game number 1 in this fresh best of 3. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Rex versus T-Bull in the ZVP when it goes up against MaxPax. MaxPax and Clem are the number 1 and number 2 seeds respectively, and we'll see if anyone can stop Clem and MaxPax from facing off in those finals. We have seen in recent times, in recent weeks, players like Shin, Hero, Bjorn, they have actually defeated Clem and MaxPax in their own respective best of 3s in events like this, so we'll see if that happens again, or if the two favorite players face off. Again, it's all about, can anyone stop Clem and MaxPax from making it to the finals? Scrolling down, we have Estrella, we have Lemon, we have Bjorn, we have Hero as well, and many, many others. But for now, we're focusing on our next series. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Protoss player from South Korea, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gambler going, because predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series and who you think will advance on to face off against the winner of Shin and Geralt in the quarterfinals in that round of 8. Here we go. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, as the name of the tournament does suggest, Wardy is also covering his own matches. Wardy is also live with the tournament. I don't know which matches he is in at the moment, but I'm sure he's somewhere else, you know, enjoying some of these amazing matches. I would not be opposed to Wardy jumping into like Skillus Nightmare, into Clem later on, or even covering some of Estrella's games. Estrella, he did recently defeat Bjorn, and we have potentially a rematch between Estrella and Bjorn as well. So a lot of just really good potential matches are going to be occurring. So yeah, shout outs and best of luck to Wardy, is also casting and also covering matches. Ourselves, Rex is going to be casting after he gets after his tournament performance. Likewise, Eno is casting in South Korean as well. So plenty of coverage, plenty of matches. Not opposed to like opening up some tabs and opening up some extra windows, setting up all these matches on all these screens. Watch everything at once. Aye, aye, aye. Until then, standard openers, 2-gate opener out of Creator, likewise 2-gate opener out of Trap. So far, so good. You can see Trap did attempt to hide the pylon, but Creator, he double checks the main base. He confirms that the pylon has been placed further back, and it was a fake proxy by Trap. Will he make use of the pylon, though? Curious. You can see he's hiding the probe. Up! Does hide the probe, does keep it hidden here towards the top side. Creator, he does not confirm. And Trap, does he commit to anything? He's opening up double adept. Do we go for the Stargate? Or the expand? The expansion is going to be delayed. Creator likewise opening up double Stalker. Stalkers are moving out. It looks like Trap will be taking his Nexus. Doesn't throw down the Stargate. It looks like he was tempted, but Creator, he was very quick to scout and to double check. Ooh, pylon does complete. And here come the Stalkers. They're on the way. Creator is waddling across the map. If he can get on top of these adepts, he can delay the snipe of the pylon or the killing of the pylon. Once again, trying to keep up with the shades. Backup Stalkers have arrived. Trap will defend, and Creator, he gets the hell out of there. Doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to be overwhelmed. Will retreat and expand. As a result, Creator, he does have the faster expansion. Trap is behind when it comes to the overall natural base timing, and there's nothing to really show for it. Again, there's no earlier attack, just a big delay due to the pylon. Meanwhile, we can see Creator just puffing up his chest a little bit here. Hallucinates his scouts, hallucinates a couple of adepts as well. As Trap does threaten the shade, doesn't commit. Safety shield batteries finishing up. Creator taking into his own blink. Twilight Council's on the way. Same can be said for Trap. So both players are taking in similar directions. Creator with the hallucination will confirm the Twilight Council timing and the fact that there is an expansion. So Creator, he knows that there's no all-in. He's aware of the tech. He knows he doesn't have to worry about a proxy Stargate or Stargate and Oracle harass. Knows he can cut some corners, focus on his economy, and build up. See, Creator is still looking for a proxy, just in case. Just a little bit paranoid. As we can see, there's nothing out on the map. Creator's just confirming. And you can see that because of the faster expansion, Creator, he's actually up 2 workers. 34 probes to, they're now 33. Trap slightly behind in the economy. Due to that Nexus timing. Isn't the biggest of differences, but it can slowly build up over time. Now we have Trap and Creator both expanding, taking their thirds at the same time. Getting to their third base production, it looks like we are going to calm things down and embrace a longer game state. No crazy aggression from either side, both players just macroing up instead. Creator does confirm the third base, so does Trap. And both players, they both hallucinate, they both scout, they both confirm. I just now realized that saying the phrase hallucinated scout kind of sounds weird. If you take it literally, it's like, wait, so they thought they saw something, but they didn't? It's like, no, they scouted with a hallucination. I just never thought about it like that. But yeah, they confirm. They know what they saw. As Creator's just confirming. Likewise, Tech in the main, going for the Forge, going for upgrades. The Creator slightly ahead when it comes to his own Forge timing. +1 is already on the way. Trap just now making his own Forge. Ooh, but he does have Blink. He does threaten the natural. Creator not quite in position. And probes are going down. He gets one. Gets one worker so far. Does not get the Stalker. The shield battery putting in a lot of work. Yeah, very nice catch here from Creator. He chases down Trap as well. Gets the Stalker. At the same time, double adept towards the third base. Likewise, ooh, bit of a distraction here towards the natural as well. And Trappy's pulling Creator apart. Again, Creator overextending, chasing down the main army. Means these adepts are wreaking havoc. 9 probe kills across it. 10 probe kills across the map. Oh my god. And with that, Trap takes a worker lead. He was slightly behind earlier, now getting ahead. Now the downside here, of course, looking at the units tab, is the Stalker count. Creator, he has 14 Stalkers to the 11 of Trap. Creator, he can take a fight, but that's why Trap is setting up. Shield battery is ready, backup pylons are on the way, there's going to be the overcharge as well. Despite Creator's army supply lead, pushing into this third base is not going to be easy. So Creator instead, he backs off, he's sharking around looking for any stray units. Trying to catch out these Stalkers. Alas, Trap does get away, can always recall. Creator does not find him. So with that, we have our back and forth. Trap is taking up and getting into charge of Archon. Temple Archives on the way. Meanwhile, Creator going for charge as well, but I believe there's only Immortal Production. Yeah, there is. There we go. I was going to say there is no Temple Archives. There was none, but now it has begun. So both players taking in the same direction. Trap is slightly ahead when it, or slightly further ahead when it comes to the timing of his Archons. Temple Archives is now done. +2 does begin for Creator, so he's still staying on top of that upgrade lead, but it's not as large as it once was. Ooh, as Trap, he does hit once again with his 4 Stalkers. And 4 Stalkers, they do one-shot probes. 1, 2 probes go down, 3 probes. It is at a cost of a handful of Stalkers, but still worth it. Creator, he races back home. We'll clean this up. Now, not the best trade. 4 Stalkers or 3 probes, but regardless, Creator is pinned back, and you can see Trap, he's focusing a lot more on a Zealot-heavy composition. So is Creator. What I mean by that, only 3 gases. There's no second gas here at the natural, there's no gases here at the third base either. Now, this does also mean that every Stalker is that much more important, because you don't really have that much gas to replenish your Stalker army. Speaking of, another Stalker goes down. Trap is mainly going to be reinforcing with Zealots. Does punish Creator, trading 1 for 1. Creator doing the same. Actually, never mind. Creator does take an extra gas geyser. So with that, Creator, he's affording more Immortals. Just trying to catch up. Heavier Stalker count as well. Trap does rotate towards the 4th base. Creator rotating as well. Again, Zealous, they're so cheap and they're so good against Stalkers. And there's only the 1 Archon so far. I'm concerned for Creator. Trap, he dives in. Creator coming in for the surround. Does come in with the flank. Overcharge gets popped. Trying to keep the Archon alive. Shield Battery gets started down. And Trap, he's breaking through. As I say that, those Zealots are getting to the Immortals. Zealots, they come in from behind. They warp into reinforce. And Creator, he will defend. The concave collapses in. Cleans up the Archons. Takes out the Prism. GG gets called. And Creator, he holds. He cleans up the army and will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I was concerned that Creator would not be able to hold on to his third base. If you saw Trap, he was so decisive, diving in, focusing down the shield battery. He did commit quite hard there, but I wasn't quite ready for the flank. Likewise, again, Trap was that much more committed. We mentioned it, Trap, he was staying on a very low gas count, reinforced with purely Zealot. He had no further tech behind it. He had no further economy behind it. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Creator does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. Oh my god. And we'll see how this story ends. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can go all the way to game 3, but we'll see. It will come down to our players. The pressure is now on the red Protoss, but spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International, leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Genji Esports. My mind was on international. Genji Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. I saw the chat. Well, Madlab put 100k on Trap. Mate, you just answered your question, Bobby. He may not have actually said anything in the chat, but yo, we all know that Gemini's got to be lurking, right? It's got to be. And again, I could definitely see this going to the ace match. You know, Trap, he was of course quite decisive, but alas, did push into a concave, into an overcharge, into shield battery, into a Creator that was preparing, was getting ready, was able to barely survive. We'll see if Trap can bring it back. Can it bring it back here? As for now, once again, 2 gate openers. 2 gate opener out of Creator, likewise 2 gate opener out of Trap. Probes are across the map, scouting for any missing pylon. As we can see, there is no pylon out. Sorry, there is no probe out on the map to throw down a proxy. So it looks like a standard opener once again. As the second pylon gets placed, this time Trap does not try to hide it further back in the main. This time it is thrown down for all to see. There we go. Creator does confirm. Likewise, across the map, we do have Creator also building up. His pylon was also placed. Trap also confirmed. Meanwhile, we do have a bit of a difference this time, as Creator throws down the pylon to delay the expansion 2 games in a row. We have Trap instead going for Tech first, going for a Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener into Oracle. Trap likewise moving out, fending off the probe. And it's going to be on Creator to get a read on what's going on and try to scout his opponent. Recognize, of course, that he does have to defend, has to protect his mineral lines. But now the sentry is out, can soon go for hallucination. We're now getting a safety shield battery here at the natural. If Trap did open up double Stalker into a third and fourth Stalker, then Creator would be ready for it. So very safe play out of Creator, and the hallucination does move out across the map. Stalkers that don't quite intercept. Oracle's on the way. And Creator, he should be able to confirm. There we go. Does get eyes on the Stargate. Is fully aware of what's going on. And back at home should be warping in. Until then, Trap does poke at the front door. Chipping away at the main army. But last there is that shield battery. Creator going for the shield battery in the main. Again, one Oracle cannot overpower the healing of a shield battery. Not quite. A second Oracle can. This will just give Creator enough time to respond, and there we go. He even has 2 Stalkers in position. Now, you could argue that this Oracle has already done some inadvertent damage. That is true. It's forced out a shield battery, it's forced extra Stalkers, has forced a defensive position here from Creator. But at the same time, Creator, he's now getting ahead tech-wise, getting to the Twilight Council and starting a blink. On top of that, Trap is still hoping for some worker damage, some worker kills. Hasn't gotten any probes yet. Does threaten to dive, does shade into the main. Two Adepts taking one-shot probes. And they get 1 probe so far. Just the one. Not worth it for Trap. 1 probe for 2 Adepts. Meanwhile, Stasis Trap is denied at the natural. Creator was in position. Creator was ready. The Creator does defend. Meanwhile, across the map, Creator is looking for the third. Third base now not quite going to be placed. There we go. Probe is on the way. Creator double checking, getting eyes on any extra gateways. Blink is on the way. Creator already expanding, already taking a third. Is ahead. Has a faster third base, faster forge, faster +1. That means it's that much more pressure on Trap. Looks like he will be expanding. Did warp in extra Stalkers. There you go, there's the third. And the Creator is still just sending out some non-stop hallucinations. And again, this is the power of a Sentry opener. Here's the hallucination scouts. Trap, he doesn't have a single sentry, so he's a little bit more in the dark. He's really relying on the Oracle instead for scouting information. And Creator does at least confirm. Yeah, the third. Creator, he's aware of the expansion. Back at home, he's setting up. Shield battery is ready. Does hallucinate a couple of Stalkers just in case. Remember, Trap does have the larger army. Does have more Stalkers. Trap can always dive into the main as well. Army is spotted. Creator getting ready. Mortar production has begun. Link has finished off with players. Trap's still looking for a way in. Rotating around. Charge has begun for Creator. And Creator, he still enjoys a worker lead. Still has a better economy. Trap still sharking around, getting his own third saturated. Is building up. I believe Trap, he has not begun charge, so he's actually going for just purely stalkers. He hasn't taken, there we go. I was going to say he hasn't taken an extra gas geyser at the natural. He hasn't, but he has taken it here at the third base. Hallucination does confirm the gas. And now Creator knows. He knows it is going to be more stalker heavy instead. Creator taking a fourth, so is Trap. Both players taking up into Archons. I would imagine that Trap still wants to get into charge himself, but not yet. Does back off, and soon Creator's going to be the one to move out. His gateways are set up, a +2 is on the way. Prism, that's all that as well. Now, we saw something similar last game, and I wasn't too convinced that Creator was going to be able to hold on, but he did, have an amazing defense and did take it in the end. We'll see if Trap can do the same. So now Creator is the one moving out. Charge is done. Here come the Zealots, here come the Archons, and here comes the War Prism to reinforce. Creator does have the army supply lead. Trap moving out on the map. Has to be careful, does spot the army. There are stasis traps. A lot of this can come down to the stasis. Creator finds a straight pylon. Hallucination gets eyes on the Zealot army. And here we go, it's all or nothing for Creator. Again, it's almost like Creator is taking the role of Trap from game one. The stasis, oh my god, a massive trap goes off. And the majority of the Stalkers, they get caught out. A strong start for Trap. And Creator, he's gonna be delayed. So buy a little bit more time. He can't quite commit, not into these Archons. And big Archon volley's going off. Oof. Creator bleeding out 2 Stalkers. He's gonna try to commit, he's trying to push in, but this is on stasis. Early on 2 Zealots. 1 Archon goes down, there's 2 Archons left. One of them morphing in. Never mind, the 1 Archon remaining for Trap. If it goes down, that could be it. Creator is so close to breaking Trap. Does need more Archons. Creator morphing in his own. Creator pushing forward. Tempted to dive. Again, just being very patient. 2nd Archon's on the way. Creator, he's almost maxed, does blink in, takes down the cannon. Boys are being pulled, he's getting on top of that final Archon, but there's 1 more coming in. You see Creator pulling back with his Zealots. Nice hold position micro as well. And Creator, he has taken out the 3rd, or the 4th. 4th base is going to fall. Looks like Creator, he does have too much. Again, just making sure the Zealots, they don't budge up. Up, going for the Nexus. Mineral line went down. Ooh, so much splash damage on the Zealots. Now the stasis goes up. But it looks like it's still just too much. Trap, he cannot keep up. Not anymore. And with these reinforcements, we get a full surround. GG gets caught, and Creator, he will take this series 2-0. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played, Creator. He will take it. Again, a very intense best of 3 here between Creator and Trap. In game 1, Creator, he was more of the defender. He had taken extra gases, and he was taking more defensive role in that initial game. In game 2, the roles were reversed. Creator was the aggressor instead, staying on a lower gas count, massing out with mass Zealots. But what's important is in the lead up to that kind of push, to that aggression from Creator, he had the better economy. Remember, the Oracle opener didn't really do much damage, the Adepts didn't get any damage either. Creator, he was able to get a stronger start to the game, a stronger economy. leading into that eventual move out. Trap was doing a really good job at buying time, but as we saw, he wasn't quite able to capitalize on it as much as he wanted. Creator, who was so careful with his Zealot control, made sure he never just aped in, made sure he was always pulling back with the Zealots or a whole position micro as well to make sure he didn't lose too many. Again, if you aim move in with your Zealots, you just lose everything. You lose all your Zealots, you're so vulnerable to Archon splash damage. So Creator, who was so careful with that. Likewise, so on top of sniping the Archons as well, and GG. GG, well played, Creator. He does take the series. Congratulations. Congratulations. We'll take the series 2-0 and we'll advance on to the quarterfinals, where I believe he has his next opponent. Or does he? Let's find out. Let us find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Ooh, let's slip into some DMs and message some players. We go. It is going to be Creator versus Shin, as Shin takes down Geralt 2-0. Shin advances on into the next round. He's going to be facing off against Creator in a ZVP. That is our next series. Scrolling up, we have Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Skillless 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. Very close PvP there. I'm a little bit envious of whoever was able to cover that. I hope it was covered by one of the other casters out there. Congratulations to Nightmare, making it to the quarterfinals. And do we have any other updates? We have a lot. Estrella takes down Lemon 2-1, went to the ace match. Rex takes down Teeble 2-1, also went to the ace match as well. Shout out to Teeble, shout out to Lemon. We had Battle B advancing on. We had Gumiho advancing on over Mocha into that round of 16 as well. Here we go. Okay, we have our round of 16 now fully underway. Meanwhile, we're going to be going past that and getting into the quarterfinals. Here we go. Un momento as we get ready for that Zerg versus Protoss. Again, a big reason as to why I dove on this portion of the bracket is because of Shin. What I mean by that is that there aren't that many Zerg players competing here tonight. I mean, looking at the round of 16, there's only two. Only two Zerg players in the round 16. We have Shin, who's in the quarterfinals, and Rex, the Taiwanese Zerg player as well. So only two Zerg players. So I did want to try to cover one of them while I could, and avoid some of the many PvPs and PvTs that are ongoing, and catch them later on. So that was a big reason as to why I did jump into this portion of the bracket. Was hoping to feature at least some Zerg tonight. While we could. Meanwhile, here we go. Looks like we have our vetoes done, and we're jumping into game number 1. Let's go. Jump into game 1. It's going to be on Alkione. Oh, Shema, papi, Shema. Here we go. One of Trap's old skills haven't come out yet. I would argue that they have. I think we've mentioned before that Trap and Rogue, their rates of improvement and their rates of aggression, it feels like it's faster than some of the other ex-military players. We have seen Trap take it to some big names. I think it was in the most recent WardiTV festival where Trap came second. Trap came second place in Wardy's tournament last month. I think to do so, Trap, he defeated Nightmare. I think he beat Björn, Gumiho, Shin. Like, Trap, he beat some big names to come second. He came second only to Clem. Clem took him out of the finals. And, like, what? I mean, it's Clem. So, it was a rough finals, at least, from Trap, but he made it to the finals, and that says something. Here in this weekly, though, something to bear in mind is that the level of play is very high in the Korean Cups. Because of that, even though Trap went down in the round of 16, I mean, we've seen Max Packs go down in the round of 16, like, we've seen, like, big names fall early on, just because of how competitive, this bracket is. So, I would say that Trap, no, he's actually really good, and he's shown that, in tournaments, in a lot of games, but, alas, rough start today. Rough start in this weekly, but here we go. We're jumping into game 1 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss for Blacklist International. Cannon rushing, it is Creator. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have going for the golds, getting cannon rushed. It is Shin. Here we go. Now again, this is a reactive forge from Creator. I actually mentioned this in the series against Matt, if you remember, how it is very commonplace if the Zerg player takes the gold on Alkyone. It's very common for the Korean Protoss players like Creator, like Hero, like Classic, like Trap to respond with a forge before expanding with a cannon rush. The goal here is to force a cancel. It's not to kill Shin. Oh my god, Shin reacting quite hard to this, pulling the boys. Bold move out of Shin. He wants to probe. Oh, he does want it, trying to get us around on the cannon as well. Probe goes down, the cannon gets surrounded, and Shin, he's going to be able to hold on. It's only one probe. Second, Zealot is on the way, but the cannon looks like it will barely go down. One drone falls, he gets one drone, only one drone. Ay, 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 the cannon rush fails. And Shin, he's holding. He will hold on to the goal base. Yeah, a rough start for Creator. That should not have happened. Only one cannon and no second cannon, no SimCity. Zealot gets surrounded. Z. Oh, and this is a really rough start for Creator. Like, he invested so heavily. It isn't just the investment, it's the delayed expansion. The late Nexus for Creator. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Shin coming in for the surround. Up. Trying to catch out the Adept, doesn't quite get it. Adept slips away. And Creator, he's still threatening the mid-line, gets one drone, but no! Oh my god, almost gets caught. Does end up getting one worker so far. Oh, sorry, two drones even. Second Adept has arrived. Creator, he can still threaten the mid-line, he can still get some worker damage. Oh, gets almost another drone. Oh no, oh god, not like this! Creator, he almost gets caught out. So much hull damage dealt on that Adept. Link speed kicks in. And Shin will chase down the final Adept. Behind this, the natural base just now getting up and running. Meanwhile, Shin, he wants the Adepts. They're quite low. No shield button behind this. The Adept, it's under threat. He can go for it. He can knock down this wall. Adept goes down. Lings, they flood in. The wall is not a wall. It's wide open. GG gets called. And Shin will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god, a very intense game 1. Again, unfortunately, Creator, he kind of undercommitted to the cannon rush, but more importantly, Shin pulled the boys. And that is a reaction you do rarely see when trying to deal with a cannon rush at the goal base. So Creator, he wasn't expecting it. He wasn't expecting all the boys to arrive to focus on the cannon. In the end, it was worth it for Shin. He got the probe, he got the cannon in the end, he saved the expansion, and he got ahead from there. Creator, he had to force a cancel or get a kill on the natural base, and alas, wasn't quite able to pull it off. GG, well played. Creator caught with his pants down, and Shin takes a lead. Shin does take a lead, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. Now I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into this series. Game 1 already in the books. I'm hoping for a bit of a longer one here in game 2, but we'll see. I mean, we're going to be loading into site Delta, so Shin isn't going to be tempted by a goal base. Likewise, Creator won't be tempted to cannon rush, so we should be seeing something more standard so far, here in game 2 at least. We go. We'll be jumping into that second game. And we'll see, again, how the story ends. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into this match, into this best of 3, but the pressure is now on Creator. The pressure is on. Looks like our players, they need some time. They need a little bit of time here. Wait, I wanted to double check the WardiTV Festival. Trap, earlier he defeated, it was Nightmare, Shin, yeah, Gumiho. He had a good showing. And Again, just these weeklies can be brutal. Speaking of, I mean, okay, game 1 already ended. Did already complete, and here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the red Zerg player, representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0, it is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the other South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International, it is Creator. As Creator does send a very fast probe across the map to try and delay the expansion. Is going for his own gate expand back at home, and it looks like he will get it in time. Oh, barely not. Whew. Barely doesn't get there in time. Shin will be able to expand, does get his hatchery on location. Just in time. It's very close. Very close, but Shin got there in the end. As we calm things down, we can settle in. As mentioned before, a lot of what happened in game 1 was because Shin rushed into the gold, so it forced a reaction out of Creator. Now, we can just settle down, get into a Stargate, into Oracles, into a third base, into something more normal. At least for now. I should also emphasize that Shin is not a very normal player. Shin is very aggressive, very often in the face of his opponent, and willing to spice things up. So coming into a more standard kind of game state, my eyes are going to be on Shin. To see if he goes for earlier gases, earlier lair, earlier roach warren. See what he embraces. For now, we're just running up. We see Creator just being as annoying as possible, does mine through the minerals, we'll get the hell out of the main. Does pull away. Stargate has been thrown down. Interesting placement with the Stargate. What I was about to say, based on the positioning of the pylon, is this looks like hidden tech. It looks like a Twilight Council or a Robo Opener. Stargate is interesting. This could be a Void Ray Opener instead. Hoping to lure in an Overlord to try and scout. And also to hide the potential follow-up here. If it is a Void Ray Opener, I mean, it could be into a fast Fleet Beacon, into Tempest, could be a second Void Ray behind it. I'm curious. We'll see. I mean, it could even just be Void Ray to Oracle. For now, Stargate is done. And it is going to be Oracle first. But for now, it is actually rallied into the main. On top of that, it was a Stalker follow-up here by Creator as well. Now, again, usually when you open up Stalker like this, it is to deny the scout. It's to keep the Overlord pinned at the pillar. Alas, it's anything but here. And speaking of getting the Overlord, Creator, he wants it. Oracle has arrived, has high ground vision, can chase down the Overlord. And with that, Shin is going to be in the dark as to what comes next, assuming the Overlord falls. Creator getting a third, second Oracle's on the way. And Shin has to play safe. He has to play it safe. Ooh, fast Twilight Council out of Creator. You have my attention. This could be Glaives. This could be Glaive Adepts from Creator. That would make the most sense based on the build so far. Just because it's been hyper-fixated on denying any kind of scouts. On the flip side, we saw a very similar build from Creator against Matt, where he went into fast Blink, into like Blink Stalker aggression. We'll see. We'll see if it's going to be Glaives or Blink. Oh, that's going to be Glaives. There you go. Glaive Adepts are on the way. And there is potential. If Shin, if he skips the Roach Warren, if he skips the Baneling Nest as well, then Creator can snowball out of control. So now we know why Creator did open up the way that he did. We see the reason why he was hunting down the Overlords, trying to keep Shin in the dark to the Glaive Adept progression. Now, this is not an all-in, and Shin is getting a Roach Warren in the main, so he's playing it safe. If he skipped this Roach Warren, then he would be in trouble. But Shin now has access to Roaches. But does he make any? That's the next question here for Shin. If he skips Roach production, if he drones and makes more Lings, then Glaive Adepts, they can pop off. Shin moving out. Going for the surround. Ooh, gets two. Shield battery's not done. Massive pickup. Yeah, 2 Adepts that get surrounded. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, strong start for Shin. Hits the natural, going for the Stalker. Trying to force another warp in. Stalker is going to go down. Adepts, they do get here in time, but they will reveal themselves. And now Shin knows. Oh, he just droned. Uh-oh. Shin, he just made workers. He needs Roaches. There we go. Roach production has begun, but this is late Roach production for Shin. He's walling up as quickly as possible. Oh, fully walls off. Adepts have arrived. That's a lot of Lings. Oh, and we commit to the shade. The Lings are here to punish. Glaive Adepts are good, but there are plenty of Lings, plenty of Queens, and Creator, he does get surrounded. Okay, the Adepts get cleaned up. Roaches pop out as well. And that's not what Creator wanted. And the downside about what just happened here, sure, he traded with Lings, but everything is delayed. The Forge, +1, Blink, Charge, Immortal production, Arco production, everything is delayed, or was delayed for the Glaive Adepts, and it hasn't been worth it. Not so far. Here comes the second wave. Creator hits the northern base, gets a Queen. Not even. The Queen survives. Adepts, they get surrounded. They do shade into the third, not bad. Roach is somewhat in position. 5 drones go down. That's some damage. But I'm afraid to look. I'm afraid to look. It is how many? 25 Adepts for 6 drones. Not what we're really looking for, unfortunately. Again, it's been a lot of Adepts, and more Adepts are on the way. And now Shin is getting ready for his counterattack. We have Roaches, we have Ravagers. Shin actually droning. Never mind, he's droning up, getting into +2, getting into Roach speed. Baileyness is on the way. Looks like Shin is looking to max out on Lingbane Roach Ravager once he gets up to 4 base saturation. So Shin, he's just getting further ahead. I do think that Shin could have gone for like a counter all-in to try to punish Creator. I mean, looking at Creator, like this is the army. This is Creator's army, just a handful of Adepts. Immortal production, I mean, there are 2 Immortals here at the natural, but the 3rd base is exposed. Yeah, and Shin is getting ready. He's looking to knock down those rocks. Will be delayed. Shin getting up to 84 workers. A solid drone count. Getting his 5th base saturated. And now he's focusing on purely army production. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers, and Banelings. That's all Shin needs. And Shin needs another minute or so to max out. And it's going to be on Creator to somehow survive this. Now he's got 2 shield batteries, he has an overcharge, has a cannon. This will help. He's got 3 Immortals. What he's really lacking here is Archons. He's got 2 Archons here at the 4th. More stasis traps, more shield batteries, more everything. I mean, Creator knows that something's coming. He knows that he didn't do enough damage and that a counterattack is imminent. And shit is maxed. Setting up a Lingbane run by towards the natural. The natural is wide open. Shin coming in to distract. Catches out the Adepts. Bailey's going for the mineral lines. Bailey's will roll in. And Creator, he will pull away in time. Main army pulls away as well. Oh no! Just one Bailing. So far so good. Creator's holding. Meanwhile, Shin did not pull the trigger with the run by. Not yet. And that Immortal count, it's getting higher and higher. Up to 5 Immortals so far. That's a lot of Immortals. That first push did not do enough for Shin. Not yet. He's getting ready for the second wave. This time towards the natural and the third. Ooh, Bailey's they run in. And the natural base is wide open. And it is compromised. They bust into the mineral line. Bailey's towards the main as well. Creator is trying to warp in, trying to hold on. Bailey's they crash in anyway. Take on the Zealots at the same time. Ooh, does take a stasis to the face. Does take a stasis. Creator, he's holding on. Again, a very high-tech army, but a very small army for Creator. Lings, they dive in. They find another Immortal. No, the Immortal goes down. Pilots as well, keeping everything depowered. Slow warp in to defend. Forcing a recall. And Creator, he's just being pulled apart. I mean, again, he was always down in army supply because of the failed Glaive-Adept aggression. As Shin backs off, remaxes. Behind this, thankfully, Shin is teching, so we have a Spire on the way. The Hive just finished, so Shin, he can even try to tech into Broodlords. It'll take a little bit. It will take a little bit of time to actually get into that kind of tech structure, but Shin has that available. Archons are moving out. Here comes a mass around. It's mainly Ling, though. And Lings, they come in. Nice start stepping with the Archons. Immortals are going down, but Creator, he can break through this. And Creator, he still has the death blow of an army. He can still make this happen. Shin bleeding out a lot of his army there. But Creator, he pulls back. He does pull back home. Doesn't feel too confident, which is allowing Shin to remax. Again, Creator, he has the more efficient army. Straight up. His army is more efficient. Which is why Shin, he has to fight early on. He has to trade. Buy himself time to rebuild his army after each fight. And keep things going. With a better economy. Meanwhile, Creator, he's stabilizing on 4 bases, back up to 62 probes. He's now focusing on rebuilding those Archons. There's that Greater Spire. And again, like this transition to Broodlords, it's not too seamless for Shin. Once again, Creator, he can still win this game, 100%. If Shin takes one too many bad fights, then Creator can punish real hard and real quick. Speaking of Creator, he's pushing out. Roach Ravager is exposed. A lot of Roaches, a lot of Ravagers going to be falling. Shin trying to set up a counterattack, but Creator, he's not stopping. Lings bust in, but Creator, he shouldn't turn around. Lings, they cripple the economy. They get into the mineral line. And Creator, he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. And again, Shin, he has to engage early on. But it might just be too late. On the Biles! Ran down on the army. Bailing's rolling it as well. Good Bailing connections. They take down most of the Archons. And Shin looks like he's going to be able to hold on. He cleans up the Archons, takes down the Immortals as well. And the upgrade advantage paying off. Corruptors, they arrive, they're doing their part, taking down the Oracles. And with reinforcements, it looks like Shin, he has enough. He cleans up the army. GG gets called. Shin, he holds, and Shin will take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, Creator, he was completely all in with that army. It was all or nothing for him. It was taking some good fights, that is true, but again, the longer the game went on, the better it was for Shin, because Shin was able to rebuild his Bailings, his Roaches, his Ravagers. He was able to rebuild that army, and eventually was able to bring Creator down. GG. GG, well played. Shin will advance on to the semifinals, where he is going to be waiting for his next opponent for quite some time. Oh, GG. Let's catch up on the bracket and figure out what exactly is going on and where we should go as well. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Okay, from the top, Shin is the first to make it to the semifinals, and Shin is waiting for the winner of Clem and Nightmare. Clem and Nightmare, they're in a TVP. They're currently facing off. Clem took down Lunacy to the 0. Max Pax takes down Rex to the 0 and is waiting for the winner of Beyond and Estrella. Hero took down Battle B. Cure took down Gumiho. Hero and Cure, currently mid-series, also in the quarterfinals as well. Now the real question becomes, where is Wardy? What series is Wardy covering? Because eventually we have to meet up with him. He's in Beyond versus Estrella. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So he is mid-series in Beyond versus Estrella, which means he's on the Korean server. Un momento. Just slipping into some DMs. Looks like Estrella and Beyond are going to the ace match. Okay. Wait. Is Estrella in Korea? Okay, no, okay, he's in America. In the Americas. And it might just be worth meeting up. Oh, okay, good. Never mind. Never mind. There's a lot available. Okay, so it looks like Estrella and Beyond, they are jumping into the ace match. Meanwhile, and Wardy is covering the ace match with Estrella and Beyond. Meanwhile, we have our own fresh best of 3. I didn't realize it was a fresh series. So we may as well stay spread out for now. But eventually we will meet up with Wardy. That will eventually happen. Until then, you can hear the beeps. Vetoes are done and we're jumping in. Alright, jumping in. So I apologize for the chaos. I was just a little bit concerned about being left behind. But we have our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. Here, Kura. Let them know. 0-0. Okay. So, the reason why we're jumping into Nightmare versus Clem is because, do you know who's waiting for the winner of the series? Shin. I mean, we just casted him. We just casted Shin, take down Creator 2-0, so we're trying to focus on this portion of the bracket here. Who faces off against him? Either Nightmare or Clem. One or the other. Let's go. Double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem. Is going for a faster factory, a delayed CC from the Red Terran. Meanwhile, Nightmare back across the map, walling off of the Reaper Cliff. Does wall off the Reaper Cliff, going for a gate expand. Standard opener out of Nightmare. And we'll see if Nightmare can put a stop to the reign of terror that is Clem. Clem coming in as the heavy favorite, is the world champion, is the best player in the world, currently at least. And again, really, a lot of these online tournaments, whenever Clem shows up, it's the question becomes, can anyone stop Clem? Anyone stop him? Also, before I forget, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets in the chat for who you think will take the series. Again, Clem is going to be the favorite player for anyone he plays against. True. But Nightmare has defeated Clem in the past. I say that was also the games that Nightmare has defeated Clem were pre-EWC. That was an earlier form of Clem before he reached his final form. We'll see if we can do it again. See if Nightmare can do it again. For now, it is going to be, again, that faster factory out of Clem. Reaper moves out across the map. Well, players are in the brackets. As someone did post, exclamation mark B if you want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. If you want to have a look on Wikipedia or on Challenge, links are available. As Clem does rotate into the natural. Oh, getting a probe. Oh, not quite. Probe does survive. And behind this, Nightmare is taking up into a Twilight Council, into Blink. Now, Clem has yet to confirm. Clem's scout was denied, didn't get into the main, didn't confirm in the natural either. Nightmare does attempt to chase the Reaper down, unable to though. Reaper does escape. And we can see Clem settling into his 1-1-1. Interesting. Doesn't go for the add-on swap, keeping the reactor on the racks. He's going for an early drop instead. Okay, he's massing on Marines, Cyclones, Medevac is on the way. Now, the Cyclone production makes sense. Basically, Clem is getting ready for Oracle defense, or even Phoenix defense. Clem did not see enough to really confirm what's going on, so he's playing as safely as possible to cover his bases. Cyclones have their place in the early game of TVP. They're pretty solid units early on. They can shut down early game Adept Harass, and air harass as well. Here comes that drop. Clem boosting across the map. Nightmare getting up to 3 gates. So 3-gate blink, very safe play out of Nightmare. Reapers at the natural, drop towards the main. Or even the natural as well. And there we go, Clem does scout, Clem does confirm. Gets eyes on the Twilight Council. My shot goes off, takes down a Stalker. Good pickup. And the rest of the Stalkers, they're softened up, and oh, this is becoming far too much. 2 Stalkers go down, the 3rd Stalker under threat. No shield battery! No shield battery, no overcharge, and Clem! He's doing so much with so little, the boys have to be pulled. Probes are going down. Oh, no probes yet, though. Nightmare, he does maintain his economy. Drop into the main. Oof. 3 probe kills, 4 probes, 5 probes even. Far too much damage this early on as the Cyclone dives back in. More economic damage, pulling Nightmare apart. This one drop here in between the bases, it just popped off. It allowed for everything to happen. 9 workers, aye. And with that, Clem takes a worker lead. Behind this, getting into his 3-1-1 setup. 3 Vaxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Marines, tanks. Nightmare does at least keep up with the Liberator. Does zone it away. But just a really rough start for the Protoss. And Nightmare has some recovering to do. Now, Nightmare is behind, but he's not out of this yet, and sniping the Liberator is a good start. The Liberator, I believe, got 0 kills. So not a bad pick up here by Nightmare. Getting his 3rd. He has map control, of course, as well. Oof. Gets a Marine. And is taking into, I imagine, Colossus. Now, if he's crazy, he could try to go Disruptor first, but this should be Colossus production from Nightmare into charge. But Clem is in the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat. He's going to be stuck at home for now, waiting for his upgrades. Once Stim is done, Clem can break out. And Stim has begun. Has begun for Clem. More gates on the way. There we go. Colossus first out of Nightmare. He's going for the Colossus. Nightmare rotating. I mean, he has blink, so he can try to blink past the army or even threaten the natural. Does blink over. With this, if Clem were to go for any kind of Medevac harass or Raven harass, Nightmare's in position. Speaking of, you can see Nightmare trying to catch out that Medevac. Hoping to, at least. You know, getting his 3rd. First Colossus has arrived. Clem actually going to be reinforcing his drop. Moving out with 2 more Medevacs. He's hunting down the Observer. Doesn't quite catch it. Observer to survive. Third CC's finishing up. Clem is now moving out. As he moves out, so does Nightmare. Spots the army. And again, Nightmare, he has to slow down this army, force the siege. Getting in position. Clem moving in. Zealots say dive in. Raven survives. Gets the auto turrets. Tank siege up. Clem, can he break through this? He does break through the sentries at least. Yeah, massive tank blows going off. The closest to live. At the same time, Job comes in. And nothing in position. Only 4 Marines, so not that much damage. Forces a recall. Oh my god. The main army recalls back home. But at least Clem was stopped. Again, I mean, this could have been game if Clem got across the map with his army and was able to siege up within range of the third. But he was slowed down. Nightmare, he's holding on. Dark Shrine is on the way behind this. Clem pulling back, not feeling as confident. Respecting the War Prism. And does pull away. Nightmare just expanding, getting a 4th. Trying to maintain himself. Clem will scout the 4th expansion. Still has that 1 medevac. And we're going to be calming things down. Okay. Okay, things were intense for a moment there. With Nightmare forcing the fight in the center. But Clem backs up, getting his 3rd saturated. 4 CCs on the way. Ghost production on the horizon as well. And this is where we need a Nightmare to start to diversify splash damage. Colossus is good, but what's better? Colossus and Disruptor. Disruptors are on the way. DT harass headed towards the 3rd. Through the turrets though, yeah, 2 DTs go down. Brutal start for Nightmare. 1 Dark Templar gets into the mineral line, and some SCVs are going down. Not bad. 5 SCVs, 6 SCVs. Does make up for the otherwise lost Dark Templar. Server slips in. Gets eyes on the ghost production. Nightmare is aware. He's not gotten into any High Templar or Storm. It's still very Robo oriented. Very much so. Observer gets spotted. And again, because of the earlier advantages, Clem, he still has the supply lead. He's up in army supply, up in workers, now taking a 4th. Like, Nightmare hasn't stabilized yet, as Clem is maxed. He's already maxed out. And Nightmare, he needs to do something to actually drag Clem back home. That's what the DTs are for. Oh, does avoid the EMP. Clem, he refuses to scan. I don't know if you noticed, he didn't scan earlier either. We have a Zealot run by towards the left, DT towards the right. I believe the War Prism is still active. Yep, War Prism is still active outside of the 3rd. So Nightmare, he's setting up to harass. Pushing through the center. In a head-on fight, I do favor Clem, at least currently. Nightmare's just trying to buy time. Zealots get called out. War Prism into the main. Going for a Zealot Warp in. And here comes the main army. Clem, he does pull back in time. And the Zealots, they aren't really getting much done here. They do get into the mineral line, but Clem, he pulls away. Doesn't lose many SCVs. The main army not really gaining much ground either. Yeah, 4 SCV kills. That's not much. Getting a couple more. Nightmare still not pushing forward. As Zealots are cleaned up, Nightmare now pushing towards the 4th base, getting a free tank. Not bad. One tank goes down. Second tank goes down. Nova goes off. Raises the army. Takes down the turret. And no major losses from Clem. Clem, he holds. Nightmare backs off. And Nightmare, he's closing that gap in supply. But still on the knife's edge. Army pushing forward. Nova goes up. Ooh, takes down a couple of Marauders. There's that 5 Marauders going down. Not bad. Gets into the Marauder. Oh, but the Disruptors, no! Yeah, they move too far forward. Disruptors, they get targeted down one after the other. Every Disruptor falls. And Clem, he can take the fight. Takes down the Colossus. No more splash damage. Zealots, they come in from behind. Yeah, the surround of Zealots. They take down the Ghost. They take down the main army. Nightmare, keep going. Send it. On the one hand, Clem, he got every single Disruptor. On the other hand, it's a Gateway army. It's mass Zealot Stalker. Nightmare going for a massive counterattack. He defends back at home, cleans up the Ghosts. Going for the Planetary. Can he get it? He can. Planetary is going to go down the mineral line as well. And Clem doesn't have really much to work with. He's got one Ghost. Speaking of, Ghost goes down. Nice split there out of Nightmare. He avoids the splash damage. 15 SCV kills. But there are too many reinforcements. Nightmare, he has to back off. He's waiting for reinforcements himself. Disruptors are on the way. Clem holds. It cost him a base, but Clem does hold for now. Nightmare, he's not done. He wants to keep going. Pushing in for a second round. Pushing in once again. Remember, no Ghosts, no EMPs. But likewise, no Colossus either. Here comes the Nova. Massive connection! Oh my god. Clem takes one to the face. He's hurting. DTs, they hit the new 4th. The Disruptors do overextend. Oh, Nightmare does connect though. Massive connections. GG gets called. Nightmare, he catches Clem off guard and he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Very intense game here out of Nightmare. Again, he had a very shaky start to the game, but he was able to force some fights out on the map. If you remember, Clem, he never got his main army across the map into the bases of Nightmare. He never got across the map. Nightmare, he was always, either keeping Clem back at home with run-bys, DT counterattacks, Zealot counterattacks, or just keeping vision on the map to try to engage ahead of time to make sure that Clem didn't get situated the way that he really wanted to. Likewise, there were some missteps out of Nightmare when he lost all of his Disruptors, for example, but he was also able to get a full surround and he relied on a mass Zealot army instead. Got a full surround, cleaned up the Ghost, and snowballed from there. It was very committed play out of Nightmare. What I will say is if Nightmare, if he was more passive, if he stayed back at home, if he backed off, then Clem would have snowballed out of control. Clem would have taken a lead. Nightmare, he had to go then and there. GG. GG, well played. Nightmare takes the lead. Whew. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Glad you picked this one. Yeah, of course. We know, Papi. We know what to cast. GG, well played. Meanwhile, we have an update. It looks like Björn did take down Estrella 2-1, and Björn is about to begin versus Max Pax. But of course, we have our series. We have our own series. We have our own best of 3. And the question becomes... do we force an ace match, or does Nightmare take the series? That is the question as we're getting into Alkyone. Oh boy. Again, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can go all the way to game 3. Looks like Wardy is covering Björn versus Max Pax. Again, we have our own TVP. But after this series, we'll most likely be joining up with Wardy. For those that are curious, the way that this tournament works is both semifinals are casted. Because both semis are casted, I mean, we can't start one without the other. So we all meet up towards the end. Or the casters, I mean. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. Again, the favorite player, the best player in the world, but down in the series. Can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. No way Clem loses this, right? I mean, Clem is the favorite player, 100%. Like, he's meant to win this series, but Nightmare has defeated Clem in the past. Again, I do think that Nightmare is very underrated, especially if people don't watch online tournaments, then they're not fully aware of how good Nightmare is. I've spoken about this before. Nightmare, his worst matchup is PvZ. That's where Nightmare struggles the most. We've seen him struggle quite a lot against the other Korean Zerg players, but against Protoss and Terran, we've seen Nightmare bring them all down. We've seen Nightmare defeat Clem before, Björn. We've seen him take down a Hero, take down Zaun, take down Classic. Again, like the other two matchups, PvP and PvT, are where Nightmare really thrives. That's where he thrives the most. It's just because Nightmare isn't fully like well-rounded, because like one of his matchups is worse than the others. Like, he can have a harder time performing in these like bigger events where you do have to rely on, you know, the entirety of all your matchups. Why he has struggled in the past. A fun fact though, Nightmare, he actually, I think it was like 3 days ago, Nightmare qualified for Home Story Cup over Gumiho. He defeated Gumiho in the qualifying match. Nightmare is going to Home Story Cup, what is it, like next month? I guess another fun fact, the two players that qualified for Home Story Cup are Clem and Nightmare. These two players here, they both qualified. The only two. And as you can imagine, I don't think there was any Zerg in the bracket for Nightmare, just Protoss and Terran. For now, though, we do see Clem scouting. He is scouting, checking for a proxy, making sure that there's no shenanigans going on, checking the right-hand side as well. So Clem a little bit paranoid here. Don't blame him. Meanwhile, Clem, this time once again, double gas opener. Clem is going for a delayed CC, faster factory. Is going Reaper Hellion, this time investing a little bit harder into Reapers and Hellions as well. As a reminder, last game, Clem opened up Reaper into Reactor into a Marine drop, and he did a lot of damage. If you recall, he did a lot of damage with his initial Marine drop, but now he's switching it up. Going Reaper Hellion instead. This also has potential. The Adept does confirm at least additional Reaper production, and ideally, Clem wants to threaten the mineral line. Another Reaper gets scouted. Adept shades in, gets eyes on the follow-up Hellion, and Nightmare gets a full scout of the main base, is fully aware of what's going on, and back at home he has to set up, he has to defend. Ooh, as the first Adept is going to go down. Stalker's warping in. Unfortunately, Nightmare is not set up to wall off the natural. Because of his SimCity, the pylon is set up to wall off the Reaper cliff, so Hellions can actually try to run past the main army. Reapers as well. First Hellion goes down. Massive pickup. Just one Hellion left, and it looks like Nightmare, he holds. Nightmare, he does hold these zones, Clem away. And now we can calm things down. We can calm things down. We do see Nightmare getting to additional gateways. It's going to be Blink. Ooh, as Nightmare moves out, Clem, he does bypass the main army. He's going for the mineral line. Nightmare out of position. Uh-oh. He is out of position. Clem rushes into the natural. Going for the Stalkers. Meanwhile, Nightmare, the mines! Oh my god, takes him to the face. 2 Stalkers go down, brutal losses. And Clem takes down both Stalkers across the map. No shield battery, probes are going down as well. And this is getting out of control. This is getting out of hand. Sure, Clem is losing some workers as well, but this pales in comparison to what's happening across the map. 5 probe kills, ay ay ay. And Clem isn't done. He gets into the main, getting even more economic damage. 6. 7 probe kills, 8 probe kills even. Can he get 9? He can. 9 probes go down. And Clem, he got more than what he wanted. 9 kills, he defends back at home. Did lose 3 SCVs, so at least Nightmare got some kind of counter damage. And what I should emphasize as well, if you remember, was that last game with the Marine drop where Clem also got around, what, 10 probe kills? So Clem also had a really strong start in game 1, but Nightmare, he stabilized. Eventually, he was able to stabilize, he was able to build back up and hold his own. But once again, just like last game, the pressure is on Nightmare. The pressure is on Nightmare to bounce back. If you remember last game, even though Clem was the first to max out, he actually couldn't move out across the map because of all the Zealot run-bys and DT counterattacks and just all the aggression from Nightmare. It was just buying time. Speaking of, Prism towards the main. Nightmare also looking to pick off some workers and buy time as well. Meanwhile, there's a tank in the main, there's a tank in the natural. Clem is set up very nicely defensively. And the Stalkers, they don't get much. Nightmare gets a Marine. It's something. Gets a Marine, potentially a depot as well. He gets some value. Meanwhile, across the map, Autotar gets 3 probe kills. Ay. 3 probes go down for, what, 3 Marines and a depot. Better trade for Clem. Again, Nightmare still trying to be active. Keeping up with the Raven. Third base is on the way. Colossus production has begun. Getting into charge. But Clem is actually being a lot more aggressive this time. I mean, he knows he's ahead. And it looks like Clem, after what happened in game 1, he's like, I'm not going to give you time to build up. I'm not going to give you time to stabilize. I'm not going to end the game here and now. Clem is moving out with Stim. Stim is done in a couple of seconds. By the time the army gets across the map, it will be finished. And Nightmare, he's in trouble. Gonna have to slow this down, force a siege, but he's not going to be able to. Clem pushing in, siege is up outside of the third. Second tank has arrived as well. And Nightmare, he's up against the wall. First Colossus has arrived. Does dive in. All the Stalkers that get punished though. A lot of Stalkers going down. That was a rough trade for Nightmare. Shield battery is done. Does have an overcharge as well. And there's the overcharge. Charge does complete, and Nightmare, he has to go for the dive. And it's not going to be pretty. He gets 1 tank. First tank goes down. Nice juggling here at a Nightmare. He's holding. Yeah, he gets a second tank as well. Both tanks go down. Nice blink. Ooh, doesn't get the Medivacs. It just barely doesn't. Medivacs do escape, but Nightmare holds. A very clutch hold out of Nightmare. He defends, he deflects Clem. Clem racing back home. Nightmare counterattacking. I mean, I don't think he can really break Clem, but I don't blame him. Like, there's a lot of pressure right now on Nightmare. Nightmare is still behind. Clem, he's saturating his third. He's up, what, 10 SCVs plus mules. So typically in TVP, for a Protoss player to be even with the Terran, we want to be up a base. Protoss wants to be up an expansion. That's just not happening here. Clem still far ahead, gets 4 more probe kills. Didn't kill Nightmare, but it was still a better trade for Clem. Still something he could afford. Maybe I should say that. Chopper is ready to go into the main. Nightmare going for a Zealot harass. Dark Shrine is on the way as well. I mean, we saw the DTs that were okay for Nightmare last game. He got 6 SCV kills, if you recall. I'm sure Nightmare is hoping for something similar. Zealots say hit the natural. Getting a couple of SCVs. There are Vikings as well. 3 SCV kills, but the Prism is under fire. Yeah, the Prism's going to go down. Oof. Brutal loss for Nightmare. Prism does fall. Clem gets eyes on the 4th. And we'll force a cancel. Again, this is the one medevac that survived earlier. Barely an army. Handful of Marines and Marauders, but they force a cancel. Massive pickup. And here comes Clem once again. And you can see that Clem, he's got a very different tempo than game 1. He's just constantly moving out. Constantly trying to be active. Doesn't want to give Nightmare any room to breathe. Nightmare still no 4th expansion. Building up disruptors. Now, there is still a chance for Nightmare, even though he's down 40 supply, which is brutal. A couple of good Nothas, and Nightmare can still take a fight and take the game. But a it comes down to the disruptors. Comes down to the control. So the control of Nightmare and the miscontrol of Clem. Meanwhile, DT is waddling in. There are already turrets. DTs, they shouldn't get much damage. Yeah, they get 3 SCVs and not much more than that. Yeah, turrets even within range of the wall, of the ramp. Novas go up, and they don't connect. Ay, there's 1 Nova left. And Clemmy sims in. Gets 1 disruptor. Another Nova goes off, just buying time, but no connections. And this time Clemmy's snowballing out of control. He's looking to break that 3rd base. Zealot run by, gets cleaned up. Clemmy has plenty at home to defend. Leaves reinforcements. Another Nova goes off, but I had no connection, just a little bit too far back. We do see Nightmare picking up a couple of ghosts. Not bad. Does get a ghost or 2. Once again, Nightmare trying to pick up whatever he can. Blinking away, very nice control. Still another Nova in the chamber. Nova goes off. No big connection. That's all Nightmare had. Just 2 Novas. The ghosts are exposed though. Ghosts are going down. There's 1 ghost left. That was what, like 4 or 5 ghosts going down. Okay, there's 1 ghost remaining. Disruptor's buying time. And even though that was a better trade for Nightmare, I mean, Clem still has an economy, right? He's still up in workers. He's up 20 SCVs plus mules. Clem can afford these losses. He can even afford taking it over to the face, as Clem is also, he's almost maxed out. Almost maxed out. Bans out his Marines. He gets eyes on the 4th. Meanwhile, Nightmare getting up to 4 disruptors. Again, the ghost count was mainly reset, so Clemmy has to wait for reinforcements. More ghosts on the way. There was potential. The medevacs are kept safe. Clem with a double drop, going for the 4th. Main army distracting at the 3rd. And Clem has to kite back. Nice EMPs. Does blanket all the stalkers. 1 Colossus goes down, 1 Colossus left. At the same time, double drop hits the 4th base, and Nightmare just doesn't have the supply. He cannot defend both locations at once. Mineral line goes down, dropping into the main. And Nightmare, he's out of position. Oof, brutal EMP. Nova does catch 2 of the ghosts though. Not bad. Novas are popping up. Then Crazy Army getting another ghost. Meanwhile, dropping the main base. Likewise, snowballing out of control as well. Nightmare just doesn't have enough to chase. Oh, the juggling! The micro! Clem microing his heart out. It will be cleaned up, but getting the most out of whatever he can. The most out of that drop. And again, it's impressive that Nightmare's been able to survive this long. But again, he's treading water, basically. Nightmare's treading water. He's barely keeping up. Barely surviving. Another brutal EMP. The flanking Novas. Oh, do they connect? Some of them do, but this was not quite worth it. The disruptors are going down. Nightmare, he has to go for the dive. He has to commit. Liberation has arrived. And I don't think there are enough zealots. Yeah, Nightmare, he bleeds out the zealots, bleeds out stalkers. If he had another wave, then maybe. Oh no, the disruptors! Getting caught out. And this looks to be the final army of Nightmare. Leading out the zealots. Once again, more stalkers go down. And Nightmare's got half the supply of Clem. Again, he fought his heart out, but just never really got his economy underway, was unable to keep up with the Terran, with Clem. And this time, a much more aggressive approach from Clem as well, compared to the last game. Just not giving Nightmare any room to breathe. He sims, he wins, GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Going all the way to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. What map are we going to be loading into? But again, I think what's important here is that it does feel like after game 1, Clem, he is taking a different approach here. He is being much more aggressive, much more in the face of Nightmare. Looks like he now recognizes the threat of Nightmare. He's like, no, I'm not going to give him room. I'm not going to allow him to expand. I'm not going to allow him to actually get into a solid economy. Not this time. And we'll see how Nightmare adjusts to Clem's play. How does he adjust? As we're loading into Ghost River for game 3. Oh boy. Ghost River, a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. This could be a bit of a shorter game, we'll see. As we do have some other updates, as we mentioned before, I mean, Shin has been patiently waiting the entire time in the semifinals. Hero takes down Cure 2-0, and Hero is waiting in the lower semifinals for the winner of Max Pax and Byun. So we have 2 matches remaining. We have, 2 matches still ongoing, I should say. This series that goes to the ace match, and also Max Pax versus Byun as well. Here we go. We have made it to game 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, bringing us all the way to game 3. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss player representing Streamer Zone, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Nightmare. We go. Again, Ghost River, very small map. It's one of 2 things here. We get both extremes where the rush distance by ground is very short. Because of that, whether it comes to just regular aggressive builds or even punishing failed aggression can just very quickly swing one way or the other on a map as small as Ghost River. On top of that, if we can get into a 3-base economy, if we can stabilize and get into a longer game, then it can be more difficult to kind of end the game just because of all these choke points. There's a lot of choke points here, a lot of ramps towards the center of the map. So you can actually slow the game down, cut the map in half, and get into and enter a longer game state. And we'll see which one we go for. We shall see. As for now, once again, double gas. Every game so far in this series has been double gas out of Clem. Faster Factory. We saw in game 1, this led into a Marine drop. In game 2, it led into Reaper Hellion Harass. And here in game 3, what's it going to be? Could be a Mine drop, could be Fast Tank Banshee. Could be Reaper Hellion again, it could be a Cyclone drop. We'll see. For now, the probe is trapped, so if Nightmare wants to escape, he's going to have to recall. Speaking of, yep, does go for the recall. So Nightmare, he does at least save the probe. Does get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, this time, we do see Clem going Reaper into Reactor. Not going for the immediate second Reaper, unlike last game. Heading into the natural. Back at home, going into Cyclone production, not Hellion. Okay, have our attention. Cyclone's on the way. We can see Clem trying to test the control here of Nightmare. Threatening the mineral line. Diving into the main. Nightmare once again opening up Twilight Council into Blink. Clem is looking for another way in. So far, Nightmare is keeping up. Back at home, Clem, he does go for the Reactor and Marine production into Cyclone, Widowmine into Medevac. This is the same opener as game 1. Okay. This does look like the same opener going for a Marine drop early on. I mean, Clem had a very strong start in Game 1. That was on Amphion, if you recall. So I'm not opposed to Clem going for something similar here in Game 3. As there is a medevac. Now, we saw how quickly this can snowball out of control. If Clem can get the Widowmine shot off on one of the Stalkers, if he can get some splash damage as well, then this army can snowball out of control. It can break through the defensive line and then get into a mineral line as well. Nightmare is in the dark. Shading across the map. This time there is a shield battery at the natural. If you remember in Game 1, there was no shield battery, which is why Clem did so much damage. I mean, there was no defensive setup. Likewise, shield battery in the main base as well. So I do appreciate that Nightmare is being a lot more defensive this time. I mean, I say that, he shades across the map, which is concerning. There's nothing at home. There's nothing at home to defend. I mean, there's shield batteries, but not much else. And the shield battery's under fire. Nightmare out of position. The shield battery goes down. There's no overcharge. Mine shot zones away the Stalkers. Oh, no. And the boys, they have to be pulled. The mines! Widowmine shot is going to go off. Massive connection. 11 probes go down, and that is game-ending damage. Oh, my God. I was praising Nightmare. I was like, yo, he's getting shield batteries. He's going to have the overcharge. He has extra units. He's going to be okay. And then he shaded across the map. And he moved out. Adepts, they do nothing. 17 probe kills. And that's just far too much. That's just far too much damage here. Getting up to 18 probes. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. You know, in my mind, I thought he was going to shade up the ramp just to scout and cancel the shade and then just go back home once he saw the army, but he missed the army. 20 probe kills. Adepts, they do shade into the main, though. SCVs are going down, but we need to do an equivalent amount of damage, and that just should not happen. Not with 3 Adepts. Not with 2 of them almost gone at this point. Yeah, the Viking lands. The Adepts are being cleaned up. 7 SCV kills. I mean, that's good. But not good enough. Not good enough considering how much damage Nightmare just sustained. Ay, ay, ay. Well, when behind, you know what time it is. It's time to Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine has been thrown down. I mean, a very necessary move here by Nightmare. He has a lot of catching up to do. Nightmare has been reprobing, but again, all these workers should be invested into a third. We should have a third base on the way, but there is no third, not yet, because of how much damage Nightmare's been sustaining. Meanwhile, he's moving out. He throws down an extra gateway. He's pretty committed. He's pretty all in at this point. Going up to 4 gates. Clem, he's so well set up here. He's got a bunker. He's got 3 tanks spread out between the bases. No bunker in the main, but may not need it. And you can see Nightmare, he just cannot touch this army, or he cannot touch this base. Cannot move in. I mean, the Dark Shrine is done, but there's a Raven. I mean, like, what can we do? There's a Raven back. A 4th tank has arrived. He wants it. Up. He won't get it. Oh, the Prism overextends. Prism goes down. Stalkers go down. And Clem, he defends. He shuts down the army. Shuts down the aggression. Remember, there is no third. And Nightmare's all in. He's completely all in at this point. There's no way to macro out of this. He's rallying his Zelts across the map. Charge about to finish. Remember, he's got 4 gates. He can warp in 4 Zelts at a time. His goal is to break the natural, but Clem, he's setting up Depot, Turret, SimCity. Just creating a choke point and not allowing Zelts to really engage here. Not more bunkers. Clem just securing himself, just fully walling up. Why not? Yeah, turret's done. GG gets called. There is no final fight, and Clem will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Clem as he advances on. A shout out to Nightmare for forcing the ace match and for, I mean, creating this series as well. You know, you don't get a good series with only one player, you get it with two. And Nightmare, he was able to hold his own, even in Game 2 when things were looking dire. Nightmare, he had his own moments. Here in Game 3 as well, I'm not opposed to the build of Nightmare. I'm not opposed to his setup. Unfortunately, if you remember, he shaded across the map with his 3 Adepts, and I guess more importantly than that, he missed the army. He did not scout that Clem was moving out. He did not spot the main army in the center of the map. Nightmare missed it, so he came into the shade, and that meant that he was so vulnerable back at home, and he lost everything. He lost 20 probes, he lost stalkers, he lost adepts, lost everything. Lost the game. GG. GG, well played. The game ended then and there with the opener of Clem. And with that, Clem will advance on, and we need to set things up here for our next series. Because we have some updates coming in, I think. Maybe? Did Max Packs versus Beyond complete? Did it conclude? That's what I want to know. Looks like Wardy and the other casters are out of game. So I think it has. It's not updated on Challenge, but what about Wikipedia? Yeah, okay. So we just got an update. Max Packs took down Beyond 2-1, and we have our top 4. We have Clem versus Shin in the upper semis, and we have Max Packs versus Hero in the lower semis. Okay. We have our 2 semifinals, and I believe we are going for the Max Pack series first, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see the brackets. Semifinals. Do need a moment to set things up and get things going. Okay, so we should be covering the lower semis first, followed by the upper semifinals. So first up should be Max Packs versus Hero, then Shin versus Clem. That is the plan. So we're getting ready for the PvP. But yeah, it worked out quite nicely actually. Our match finished up at the same time as the lower match. So it all lined up. Beautiful. Just setting up the players and setting up the teams. There we go. We have our PvP. Now, if you recall, this is a rematch to last week's WardiTV Monday, I believe. We also casted Hero versus Max Packs. It went all the way to the ace match. It was a very intense best of 3. In the end, Max Packs did come out on top in a very chaotic game, might I add. But Max Packs did defeat Hero 2-1, but it went to the ace match. Went all the way to the ace match. Will we have a repeat of last week's tournament, and will Max Packs defeat Hero again, or will Hero get his revenge? Again, I mean, last time they went all the way to Game 3, so I'm hoping for another ace match. I'm curious what the vetoes are going to be. If you recall, really big moments in last week's series was the fact that they played out on Amphion, and on Amphion, there were Phoenix Wars. Of course there were. I mean, it's Amphion, so Max Packs and Hero, they entered Phoenix Wars, and Max Packs did overwhelm Hero, did get the better of him in those Phoenix Wars. So I'm curious if Amphion and Site Delta make it through the veto process again, and we see more Phoenixes, or if Hero vetoes them and we have like a different dynamic in a different series. We'll see. We shall see. As again, Phoenix Wars are a lot more prone to occurring on those ramps on those maps that have a ramp coming into the natural. It's a lot more common, a lot more standard. It's also not the most dynamic of play styles either. Just catching up. Thought I heard him say lower bracket semifinal. Sorry, I'm just referring like the lower half and the upper half. That's what I meant. I apologize if I didn't make that clear. Just catching up in the chat. Go. But it looks like vetoes are underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break, and when we return, we will have our PvP. See you guys in a couple of minutes. Take this time to get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, stretch your roaches, hydrate hydras, and be back in time for the PvP. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the WardiTV Mondays number 7. Oh boy, it's been an intense tournament already. We've had some ups, we've had some downs, but now we have our top 4. We have our top 4 players. We have Shin and Clem waiting in the upper semifinals, but here we are in the lower semis. Here we are in our PvP, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time, because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. This is a rematch. Last week, MaxPax and Hero also played in the semifinals of WardiTV Monday number 6, and it did go the way of MaxPax in the end. Also, I felt like I got deja vu because we saw the vetoes for this week's tournament, and Amphion is game 1, Site Delta is game 2. Very similar to last week. Very similar vetoes, very similar map order, and once again, gate expand set up here on Amphion. Once again, we are kind of leading our way. We're kind of heading towards Phoenix Wars. We'll see if we get there. We have double gas out of Hero, single gas guys are out of MaxPax. So MaxPax, with the single gas, he goes for a much faster expansion. He does not get pylon blocked. Very cheeky move out of MaxPax. He will have the better economy. Hero, he was a little bit too late to wall off, and now the pressure is on Hero to try to punish this or try to play from behind. So already a cheeky move here out of MaxPax, going for a much later gas geyser. This means MaxPax will have much later tech as well, but a faster expansion. And we'll see how Hero does approach this. Again, it's going to be an intense PvP. I'm hoping for another ace match once again. I mean, coming into this series, MaxPax is the favorite player. Ooh, but a pylon has been placed. We can set up a shield battery as well and try to apply pressure. There we go. The first Zealot's moving out. Adept as well. Hero, he wants to try to punish this with the initial gateway units. He's pushing in. Where's that shield battery? Pylon is done. Shield battery has been placed. One so far. Oh, the second one is denied. Hero barely gets a second, but the probe gets trapped and the probe goes down. Massive pick off. Only 2 shield batteries. If the probe survived, he could have thrown down more. Could have thrown down a third or fourth shield battery as well, but now there's only 2. Only 2 shield batteries. Zealot taking a lot of hits. The Adept is out. Likewise, Hero's Adept has also arrived. Zoning MaxPax away from the shield batteries. But when he does get the kill, one Adept goes down. Good start for Hero. Here's a good start, does dive in. Cancels the shield battery, busts into the main. He's going for the count for the backup shield battery of MaxPax. Shading into the main base, threatening the mineral line. Trying to wreak some havoc. Behind this, Hero going Stargate, opening up Phoenix. Phoenix is on the way, 2 probe kills so far. Meanwhile, shield battery goes down, but there's a second shield battery. Aye. MaxPax also embracing Phoenixes. We're trying to get into the Phoenix Wars, but 2 more Adepts have arrived, and 2 Adepts, they can one-shot probes. They can one-shot. They can, and they will. As long as we target fire. There we go. And probes are going down. Hero taking an economic lead. We'll lose 1 Adept. It's 5 probe kills. Can we get 6? Can we get 7? Nah, not quite. Just 6. 6 probe kills. Meanwhile, the Zealot does take down the second shield battery. Now going for the Stargate. Bold move here by Hero, but he shouldn't get it. Hero's going to be cleaned up. And now we have to take stock. Now we have to take a moment here to have a look at the game state. As Hero, he's up on workers, but he's down on the Nexus, on the bases. So at MaxPax, he can replenish. He can make 2 probes at a time. He can recover. Meanwhile, what about the Phoenixes? 3 versus 3. The Phoenix Wars, they have begun. Hero, he's going to try and deviate. Bold move. Hero, instead of throwing down a second Stargate and Mass Phoenix, he's going for Blink. He's going for Blink Stalkers. Bold move by Hero. This tells me that MaxPax has a Phoenix lead. Dives into the natural. Hero attempts to respond, saves the Stalker. But again, remember, MaxPax sees up a Phoenix. Ooh, and he can bully back Hero. He gets 1. Oh no. He gets a Phoenix. Another comes in to reinforce. Hero trading 1 for 1. Okay, so far so good. Hero, he's holding. He's surviving. And there is going to be a window, of course, where MaxPax has the Phoenix lead. But Hero is trying to survive long enough to get into Blink Stalkers. There we go. Second Stargate is on the way. MaxPax, he's committing to Mass Phoenix, making 2 at a time. And it is very difficult to try to break this kind of Phoenix War and try to head into Blink Stalkers. You are so vulnerable. MaxPax will take that Phoenix lead, and if he makes use of it, if he pushes in before Blink Stalkers really kick in, then I mean, that could just be game. That can be game then and there. So Hero is vulnerable. He's stuck at home. And I worry for him because MaxPax, he's up to how many? He's up to 6 Phoenixes. And instead of being passive, MaxPax is already moving out. He's already moving out. Hero, he's building up his Stalker count. Phoenixes are revealed. Meanwhile, so are the Stalkers. Now MaxPax knows. Now he knows what's going on. Robo. Immediately, Robo gets placed. He needs Immortals. Phoenix Immortal is necessary for MaxPax. So very quick reaction. Forcing a recall. Hero, he gets out. Building up more Stalkers. And the question becomes, can Hero kill MaxPax before the first Immortal arrives? Before the Immortal count gets any higher. As Hero, he's broken out. MaxPax moving in, going for the mineral line. Probes are falling. And Hero's all in. Hero, he's completely all in. How many Phoenixes? 9. 9 Phoenixes for MaxPax. Back at home, shield batteries are being placed. There's what? 2 shield batteries and a pylon. Phoenix gets pulled out. Nice catch. There's the overcharge. And MaxPax may just have too much. He takes out all the Phoenixes. He can lift up all the Stalkers as well. Even without Immortals, it might just be too many Phoenixes. It's going to be close. More Stalkers have arrived. MaxPax, he is holding on, and here comes the first Immortal. Does pop out. And here, he needs to keep going, but he's running out of steam. He's already running out of steam. The Immortal has made it. And MaxPax, he cleans this up. He just completely shuts down this army. Hero, he cannot engage. And Hero, he's going to lose every single unit, every single Stalker. There's no getting out of this. Again, it was a really bold move to try to go into a Blink Stalker all-in like this. Had potential, but again, it got scattered. MaxPax was able to confirm, cleans up all the Stalkers. I mean, his Phoenixes are running out of energy, true. He is running out of energy. But he's still just been trading so efficiently. And he's making more Phoenixes. Now, there's a lot of Stalkers, but he wants the Immortal. He wants it. He gets it. Immortal goes down. Does MaxPax have enough lifts? I think he barely does. Yeah, he barely does. Down to 1 Stalker, down to 0 Stalkers. Now, MaxPax, I don't think he can lift anything else, but yeah, GG gets called. He's came for the production, and MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax will take a lead. Again, Hero trying to be cheeky here in game number 2, but he got scattered early enough. MaxPax, he was, because of his aggression, because of his Stalker, because of his Phoenix movement, he was able to get eyes on all the Stalkers. He realized what was going on, threw down the Robo, started Immortal production, and did buy enough time and survive long enough for the Immortal to pop out. On top of that, even without the first Immortal, he was defending very nicely. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax takes the lead, and can we have an ace match, or does it all end here and now on Side Delta? Side Delta is a very similar map. Once again, Phoenix Wars are very commonplace, similar to what we just saw on Amphion. We'll see if we embrace it, or if we go for an all-in. Here we go. Here we go. As you can hear the beeps in the chat, and we're getting into game number 2. Well, chat out, hello. El Torino. Ah, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Welcome. We go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Hero. We go. And just like the previous map, gate expands. Gate expands are commonplace. The reason why we see this on Amphion and Side Delta is because of the ramp. There are only 3 maps to the map pool that have a ramp coming into the natural, and specifically in PvP, it means that it is legal to go for the gate expand. It is legal to go for these economic openers. Now, because we enter this kind of gate expand setup, it is on both players to delay the expansion with pylon blocks, because that is very commonplace. You have to open up double gas into a Stargate. Once again, MaxPax, he skips that second gas geyser. He's looking to try and take that natural a little bit faster, just like the last game. We'll see if he can. So Hero is set up for a faster Stargate, MaxPax is set up for a faster Nexus. And Hero, he dips in, he pulls back, and this time he should be able to pylon block. Yeah, MaxPax forced to take the gas. Cybercore is on the way. And Hero, this time, he does not let that natural base out of his sight. Oh, coming back down. Now, because of this, both players have to make zealots, both players have to spend their money, and because they cannot expand because of the opposing probe and the opposing pylon block, they both have to throw down stargates, and if both players do that, then you have to make phoenixes, right? If one player makes an oracle, the other makes a phoenix, and the oracle dies, and that's the end of the game. So that's how Phoenix Wars are forced. Hero does get the Nexus, though. Okay. Nexus gets placed, Max Pax out of position, doesn't pylon block. Max Pax going Stargate first, and now Max Pax is his turn to throw down the pylon and try to set up. Hero, he fully walls off. He wants none of that. So Stargate versus Stargate. Hero will have the slightly better economy with the faster expansion, but both players should be beginning up, or should be starting those Phoenixes. Now, we saw last game that Hero, he tried to deviate away from Phoenix Wars and he tried to go to a blink all-in. It's really difficult to pull that off, just because your opponent is going to be in your face, is going to be scouting, is going to be checking, and it's hard to get one over on Max Pax going for that. So I'm curious if Hero embraces Phoenix Wars this time, as Phoenixes are initially on the way. But what I'm curious about is Hero going to throw down a second Stargate or not? Max Pax, he is more than willing to. Hero, less so. So Phoenix Wars have begun. Max Pax does confirm, going for the pylon. There's no unit to really stop the Stalker, so free damage. There's going to be some free damage on the pylon, but now with a second Phoenix Hero, he should be able to defend. But meanwhile, Phoenix is moving out. Hero in a rough position. Shield battery is done. Stalker gets lifted. But here come the Phoenixes, and oh! Hero with the defensive advantage. He will chase this down. At the same time, pylon falls! Uh-oh. That's a massive pickup. Stargate is depowered. And with that, Max Pax will take a Phoenix lead, but he did lose one Phoenix. One Phoenix did go down, so there's a bit of a give and take. Second Stargate's on the way. But again, Hero, his Stargate production, his Phoenix production is delayed. Oh. Who does this favor? Who does this favor? It's looking pretty close. As Stargate is repowered. Back into more Phoenixes. Faster Fleet Beacon for Hero. Now what does this mean? This is for Phoenix range. That will mean that Hero gets the first volley off. And can potentially kite as well. So it has a little bit more micro potential and more initiative as well. And your Max Pax taking extra gases. Building on more Phoenixes. And looking at the unit counts, we are even. Yeah, we're even in Phoenixes. So it looks like Max Pax losing one Phoenix, but also depowering the Stargate, that kind of like equalized. Again, the big difference for the time being is Phoenix range. And your Pulse Crystals is now on the way. You can see that this does, or it did delay some of the Phoenix production for a moment there. Hero getting back in. Now, Phoenix range is a nice upgrade to have. It isn't like the end-all be-all. It doesn't like instantly mean that you're going to win the fight. Depending on the engagement, it can still go the way of Max Pax. And we have 10 Phoenixes. Max Pax does have a 1 Phoenix lead. Does stack. Does shoot first. That's a rough start. Oh god. And with that, here he has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. He lost 1 Phoenix. And it's little moments like that that can just win you the game. Yeah, and Max actually will just engage. He'll clean up every single Phoenix. Max actually chases this down. As I say that, reinforcements are on the way. Bearing in mind the Phoenix range does kick in. So here he does manage to get a couple of extra shots off. Chasing down Max Pax. Oh! Trading 1 for 1, 2 for 2. The last Max Pax, he has a third. Hero, his third base is denied by the pylons. No! Again, this is brutal here. In this matchup, you have no ground army, so the pylons, they deny the expansions. There is no nexus for Hero. He's trying to expand, but there's pylons everywhere. He can't expand. Has to take a very awkward third base. Very out in the open. Again, in Phoenix Wars, you don't have the resources to actually create a ground unit, which is why these scattered pylons can be so good for scouting. Again, Phoenixes that don't shoot down, so they can't kill the buildings. Yeah, we have to invest into a Zealot. Hero trying to catch out some stray units. Phoenix range finishing off a Max Pax. Looking at the armies, Max Pax sees down one Phoenix, but now we're even on upgrades. Third Stargate's on the way. Hero double expanding. Oh, I mean, he has to. Double expanding to catch up, taking extra gases. And again, Hero, he's very spread out. And Max Pax can abuse that. You can see Max Pax, he's scouting. He's trying to get a read of what's going on. There we go. He does get eyes on the third. Mothership's on the way. Now, this is kind of the next big power spike in Phoenix Wars, is the Mothership. What I'm referring to, and why you want to go Mothership as quickly as possible, Cloak. There is no detection. There is zero detection, so Cloak is a massive, it has a massive impact on the fight. Once Hero realizes what's going on, he needs an Oracle. He needs to chrono out an Oracle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he's going to be bullied back, as the Mothership is almost done. So the time it takes for Hero to focus on the Mothership, I mean, that's like 3-4 volleys. Max Pax does out trade, trading 1 for 1. Pushing in. Leading out more Phoenixes. Hero does have the Phoenix lead. Remember, Hero, he's making 3 Phoenixes at a time. Or he was a little bit faster. Mothership has right, there's the Cloak. 2 free Phoenixes. Hero has to back up. Cloak still activated. Getting another Phoenix. I had another. Oh my god. Yeah, Hero getting bullied back. The advantage he once had, not quite there. Cloak is still at. How long does Cloak last? Oh my god, it's crazy. Nice pick off at a Hero. Hero trading a little bit better, forcing out the slow zone. Oracle is out. Now Hero can Revelate. He has Revelation. Hero making 4 Phoenixes at a time with the extra gases. I mean, these extra bases and extra gases, they're paying off big time here for Hero. Mothership tanking some shots. And Hero, he looks like he will be able to overwhelm. I say that, Cloak gets activated once again. But there's a Revelation. Hero, he Revelates, he takes down another Phoenix. And Hero looks like he has enough. He breaks through the Mothership. And he can camp the production. Just really careful control here out of Hero. Getting on top of the Stargate. And again, a big reason for this, the double expand. The double expand from Hero was not punished. I was concerned that he was spread too thin, but Max Pax never did move out, never harassed the mineral lines. And Hero, he snowballed from there with the extra gas income, with the extra Stargates. Max Pax forced to recall, bleeding out another Phoenix. Again, the Mothership was good, it was impactful for Max Pax, but the better economy is like even greater for Hero. Gets another free Phoenix. And at this point, it's a numbers game. At this point, Max Pax, he cannot engage. We have to trade mineral lines. But Hero, he can camp the production. And Max Pax, he can just never engage. He can never fight the main army of Hero. And also, because Hero's bases are spread out, like, it's a little bit harder for Max Pax to actually punish. Max Pax catching some stray Phoenixes, not bad. Ooh, a lot of stray Phoenixes, actually. But again, it's 22-12. 2 more Phoenixes go down. Hero having some sloppy control here with his rally, but Regardless, he will clean everything up, and we should be headed into the ace match. It's every single Phoenix. At the same time, these two Zealots, they wreak havoc. They get 21 worker kills. That's a lot of economic damage, but it's all about the Phoenixes at the end of the day. It's all about the Phoenixes. MaxPax, he's down to 7. He's got a third of the Phoenix count of hero. Mothership's being rebuilt, but there's still an Oracle in the mix. There's still that Revelation. MaxPax once again counterattacking. And GG gets called in. Hero ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. And the setup from MaxPax, it was kind of like a blessing in disguise for Hero. Winding it back a little bit here, if you remember, the reason why Hero double expanded was because of the double pylon block from MaxPax. Like MaxPax, he delayed the third base quite heavily by all those pylons, like delaying any kind of expansion. So how did Hero respond? By taking 2 bases at once, by taking 4 gases at once as well, and MaxPax was unable to punish it. He was unable to, I mean, it took him a long time to scout, remember that? He never actually scouted the northern expansion, he only scouted the southern base, so MaxPax didn't realize that Hero had double expanded, so he didn't know that he had to punish it. As a result, Hero snowballed out of control, getting up to 3 and then 4 Stargates faster, so he overwhelmed. He overwhelmed MaxPax. MaxPax didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. GG. GG, well played. Hero ties it up and we're going to game 3. Once again, 2 weeks in a row, we're going to the ace match. As we mentioned before, like I would go as far as to say that MaxPax has the best PvP in the world. MaxPax is a terrifying player in PvP specifically, but that doesn't mean he has a 100% win rate. Players like Showtime, players like Hero, they can threaten MaxPax, definitely take maps and even take series. We've seen it before, we can see it again, and it can. We go the distance. I mean, we've gone the distance. We're here in the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player from South Korea representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. We go. Again, can Hero make it to the finals here, or will MaxPax continue kind of his dominance? As last week, MaxPax was also in the finals, and Hero calls that upset. Here we go. As MaxPax is moving out, and what I will say is that now we're entering a very interesting map. We're loading into Ghost River, of course. This is a much smaller map in the map pool. If MaxPax, I'm sure he's tempted to go gate expand, but one base all-ins are a lot more commonplace on Ghost River. Speaking of one base all-in, Hero moves out. He moves out with the probe, and it looks like we're setting up for a proxy Stargate, or maybe just a fake proxy pylon. I'm curious how hard we commit. As the probe is moving out, MaxPax is scouting. MaxPax will confirm the pylon is missing. The pylon is not where it should be because it's across the map. Now again, this is really far out of the way, so it's either a fake or a Stargate. It looks like it's going to be a fake out. So fake proxy pylon out of Hero, and his goal here is to hopefully force an overreaction out of MaxPax. See if he can do it. Yeah, the probe does move out. MaxPax going for the Zealot first, fanning out his units. His Zealot, his probe, trying to get a read on what's going on. Does scout the probe, not bad. He's at least aware of where to scout, and he's looking for that proxy. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for the Gate Cyber Stargate into expansion, so kind of the standard MaxPax opener. And how does Hero respond? Shield battery in the main, moving out with the Stalkers. Looks like Hero should be expanding. But we'll see. Should be expanding back at home. Pushing forward, applying some pressure. Going for the shield battery. The Zealot even. Yeah, Zealot is going to go down. Shield battery a little bit too late. And Hero, can he threaten the Stalker? Gets a couple of hits in. 2 more Stalkers on the way. Hero setting up a proxy. Uh-oh. I assumed he was going to be expanding. But no, Hero, he's setting up for an all-in. Additional Stalkers have arrived. 1 Stalker goes down. Oracle's running out of energy. Shield battery is done. And the Oracle does confirm, does get eyes on the pylon. And it is a 1-base all-in. How many gateways? 4. It's going to be a 4 gates, 1-base all-in out of Hero. Max Pack throwing down the 2nd shield battery, a 3rd shield battery as well. 3 shield batteries on the low ground. Again, he's scattered enough, or he needs to. Can set up a stasis in the main. As there is a shield battery. But Hero, he's up to 7 Stalkers. Oh my god. That's a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, boys have to be pulled. Gateways are still on the way for Hero. Again, he still needs reinforcements. Bearing in mind, 3 shield batteries are now done for Max Packs. He's got the first Void Ray. And he has the overcharge. Has to be very careful with how and when he does use it. We'll see if Hero can break him. The longer this goes on, the better it is. Stasis in the main. Ooh, does not connect. Stasis is denied. Good response here by Hero. But now there's 2 Void Rays. Now there is not... never mind, there's a backup pylon as well. Hero taking the slow and steady. Poking in. Draining the energy from the shield batteries. Up to how many? Up to 13 Stalkers. Sentries are warping in. They can force field the ramp. They can lock down the army. Speaking of, there's a force field. Army gets locked down. But there's the overcharge. There's a prismatic alignment, I should say, from the Void Rays. Activates 2. He's holding on to 1. I love that Max Pack, he's staggering the Void Rays. But the base is getting low. The Nexus is getting very low. Still no overcharge from Max Packs. There's the second, well, there's the 3rd prismatic alignment. Hero pushing in. There's the overcharge as well. On the base, on the Nexus. So he can 2-shot the Stalkers, but alas, he does overextend. Yeah, 2 Stalkers, 3 Stalkers go down. Brutal losses for Hero. Max Pax he's holding. He's up to how many? He's up to what? 4 Void Rays. Yeah, it might just be too much. Hero down to 12 Stalkers. I mean, the base is still getting low, though. He can get it. Oh, what a bus! One more volley, but he's pinned against the wall. Going for the Void Race instead. A brutal trade. And Max Pax he holds. He shuts down the all-in. He saves the expansion. Hero, he kind of pinned himself a little bit further into the natural. He overextended. He lost everything. Coming back in with another wave. Going for the Void Rays. Gets 1, but there's still 3 left. Yeah, there's still 3 left. Max Pax, he will hold against the all-in. It was a good effort here by Hero, but GG gets called, and Max Pax will take the 2-1. GG. Max Pax, he survives the 1-base all-in. Again, as time goes on, he was building up a higher and higher Void Ray count. He was able to confirm the proxy as well with the Oracle, and he responded well. GG. GG, well played. Max Pax does take the series, and will advance on to the Grand Finals. Congratulations, Max Pax will take it. It was a good effort by the Hero. I was most impressed by the Phoenix Wars game, by game 2. With Hero able to overwhelm, able to catch Max Pax with his pants down, with the double expand into all those gases, into the mass Phoenix production. It was very impressive. Outside of that, though, Max Pax able to get the better of Hero, and GG. GG, Max Pax will make it to the Grand Finals, and now we are here to determine who faces off against Max Pax in those finals. We have a ZVT. A ZVT between Clem and Shin. Now, this is a bit of a grudge match. Shin has defeated Clem recently, actually a couple of times, but mainly with aggressive play. Mainly with all-ins. Shin has been able to catch Clem with his pants down. If Clem can get into a longer standard kind of game state, then Clem is definitely the favorite player. I mean, Clem is the best player in the world. Clem is always favored, but he has shown some weakness from time to time here to some of these other players. Nightmare forced the ace match earlier. Shin, can he also cause an upset again? Can he cause another upset? We'll see if he can. See if he can. As we are getting ready for the upper semis. As a reminder, the winner of this series advances on to face off against Max in the finals. Here we go. Why does Hero have DKZ in front of his name and not WBG for the team he's in? Because DKZ and WBG, neither one have in-game clans or in-game teams, so they usually, you know, change their name to represent that. I believe Hero does have WBG on Korea, but he didn't name change on the Americas. So, fun fact, that's how you know. That's how you can tell sometimes for certain players and certain teams. I think it's the same for a lot of the Liquid players. Not all of them, but some of the Liquid players, they have like Liquid on one region, but not the other. Yeah. I mean, it does cost money to rename yourself, and players are not necessarily the most on top of that sort of thing. It's similar with Dark. I think Dark, even though he left Team Gosu a long time ago, I think he still has like Gosu Dark or TG Dark in some areas or in some places. I'm shaking my head, But here we go. We're getting into our next series, into our fresh best of 3. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Ooh. Get your gamba going. As again, Clem is going to be the favorite player coming into this. Shin has caused upsets in the past against Clem. Can he do it again? I feel like a little bit is going to come down to the builds of Shin and what he has up his sleeve. Here we go. But yeah, it's one of those things where players, they often either forget to name change or they don't like necessarily feel the need to. Sometimes the teams aren't really too strict about it and they don't like remind them. It happens. It happens. The real question is, are we seeing Dynasty? I hope not. For those that are curious, for those who've been watching Shin recently, he has a lot of really quirky builds on Dynasty. So unlike most sane Zerg players, Shin often does not veto Dynasty, because he's an animal. Este Shin. So Shin is actually one of the few Zerg players that like allows Dynasty in and plays on it more often than not. To my dismay. Just... It's very coin flippy, like whether or not Shin's all-in works on Dynasty or not. We'll get into it if we do learn into Dynasty. Speaking of being unorthodox, Shin, he's going for the linear third base, going for the forward expansion, as there was an SCV here towards the left-hand side. So already a cheeky move here by Shin. This base is very exposed, by the way. We can get into it. The first Reaper has arrived again. It's going to be Hatch Gas full out of Shin. Reaper takes down the first lane. Queen has arrived and Shin, he will survive, and we'll see how Clem responds. Clem, he is unaware for the time being, going for the tumor, doesn't quite get it. Tumor does survive, SCV pulls back home, and Clem has yet to confirm what's going on. For all Clem knows, it could just be two-base play, which is not uncommon here on Oceanborn. The reason for this, the reason why this kind of two-base play is a little bit more commonplace, is because there's only one viable third. Typically, like this third, it's so difficult to hold on to and to survive with. So very often Zerg players, when they're denied their expansion, they just go for a later third instead. Clem has yet to confirm. And he should be rotating and he should, yeah, there we go. He will confirm, he will get eyes on the expansion. Now he knows. And the reason why this third base is often avoided is because of the ramp. There's high ground right next to the third expansion, so these siege lines and these tank positions can be brutal. Likewise, it's very wide open as well. We'll see if Shin can hold on. We'll see how Clem decides to punish this, if at all. As behind this, we do see Clem going 3CC 2-1-1. So this tells us that Clem, he actually won't be active anytime soon. He's applying some pressure with Hellion Reaper, but Clem, he is going to be stopping Reaper production, going for the add-on swap into Marines instead. There's the add-on swap. So only 4 Hellions. So there's no kind of crazy like Hellbat push or like earlier kind of move outs. Clem just poking and prodding, making sure the creep doesn't get out of hand. Shin at the same time goes for a big link counterattack. The Hellions are out of position, and there's no backup Hellions on the way. Ooh, SCVs are going down. Clem, he's racing back home. And so far, good damage dealt here by Shin. He gets 5 SCVs, 6, almost 7, 8. Oh my god. He gets 8 SCVs, he gets all the Marines, reinforcements have arrived. Clem, he will survive this, he will defend, but that is a lot of damage dealt early on. 8 SCV kills, forces back the Hellions, and Shin, he's chilling back at home, he's droning. He's droning up, throwing down a Roach Warren. It is going to be Roach play here by Shin, not Ling Bane, not initially. So far, so good. And again, this is the sort of thing that Shin is just really good at counterattacking, at backstabbing, at trying to catch the Terran player off guard. I mean, this is how Shin has defeated Clem in the past. How he has to, what he has to rely upon here as well. Does get a Hellion, but ooh, a Hellion for a Queen, not the best trade for Shin. Meanwhile, Armory is on the way. Clem, it looks like he's going for a Hellbat push. Interesting. I mean, he doesn't have many Hellions, which is the problem. It's only going to be 4 Hellions for Clem, but it looks like he does feel pressured. He feels really pressured to get some kind of counter damage, and I was expecting something like a Hellbat push towards his third base. I do think it can be quite effective, but after what happened in the early game, I'm less convinced. As the Armory is about to finish, and Clem is moving out. Now, bearing in mind, remember, this was a 3CC 2-on-1, so Stim is done. Stim is already done. We have a decent amount of Marines, and here come the Hellbats. Hellbats are on the way. Now, remember, Shin doesn't have Banelings, but he does have Roaches. Roaches are on the way. And the Roaches will shut this down. As I say that, the Roaches, they've only just begun. Clem Sims in. Does him into the mineral line. Queens are getting targeted down. Ooh, no transfuse. 1, 2 Queens go down. Massive pickoffs. And the Roaches, they're too late. Yeah, the Roaches, they're too little too late. Yeah, so many Lings. Queens are falling as well. Roaches, now they're popping up and they're trickling in. And this may just be too much. We spoke about how exposed and how vulnerable this base is. And, Shin, he gets caught with his pants down. 16 drone kills. That is almost game-ending damage. Roaches, now they finally arrive. But again, too little too late. The damage has been done. 18 drone kills at the same time. We do see Shin counterattacking, getting 9 SCV kills. Not bad. 9 SCVs, I mean, that's not nothing. We're getting scrappy. The game is getting scrappy by 24 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal. I mean, at least Shin got 9 SCVs, but it's still not good enough. Clem has a massive worker lead. And Shin will be able to hold, but what this means here is that Clem can snowball out of control in the mid-game. It means he can get into his own production. 1-1 is on the way. The rest of his racks is as well. And that better economy is soon going to be reflected in the army supply. Clem just needs a little bit more time here to actually let that kick in. Meanwhile, Shin is redroning, resaturating. His army is stagnant as a result. Clem going for multi-pronged aggression. I mean, he has a supply to split up. And it's going to be on Shin to try to keep up here with the drop play of Clem. Clem gets an Overlord, closes up the creep. Threatens the 4th. And again, Shin is just being pulled apart, getting a Queen, getting a couple of drones. Drop on the right hand side. This move out won't get much done. That's another 3 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Clem, he's not done. He wants a 4th. Wants another drone. Won't quite get one. But gets a Queen. Barely not. He wants it. He wants the Queen. He gets it. Queen goes down. And back at home, Clem is just building up. He's just building on more bio, more tanks. Again, the downside of Roach play, of course, is how immobile it is. You can see the Roaches are struggling to keep up with the drop play of Clem. And at this point, we can have Tripone to Crescent out of Clem. We have 3 drops out. We have a drop here at the natural, drop at the third, and a drop in the main base as well. Again, Shin just cannot keep up with this. Ay, ay, ay. 11 more drone kills. And at this point, Shin's all in. I mean, he was already all in when it came to the first Hellbat push. But now even more so. You can see Shin, he's not droning. He's not droning, he's massing up nothing but Roach Ravager. Now, if Clem gets caught unsieged, there is a chance for Shin to maybe break the army and then break the natural. But it's a big if. It's a big if at this point. Shin, he's hoping that Clem makes mistakes. As that is 4 tanks. And we could even just go for a base trade. Yeah, Shin, he's moving out. Now, ideally, Shin forces Clem to turn around. That is the ideal, as Clem is pushing towards the 4th, and Shin hits the 3rd. Nice juggling here out of Clem. Nice control. Saves a tank. 4th base goes down. Shin, he's going for the natural. Boys are being pulled. Oh, the Biles! They rain down on the army. Clem paying attention to his main army instead. And he's attacking all 3 bases at once. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, there are 3 tanks on the high ground. Brutal tank shots. And there's no escaping this from Shin. I mean, it was a good effort going for the base trade and going for the counterattack. I mean, he does bust into the main. But I believe Shin, he won't be able to evacuate with any drones. Clem can always lift, and Shin doesn't have any workers out on the map. And GG gets called, and Clem will take game number 1. GG. GG well played. A very, very chaotic game 1. Very chaotic. We had Shin initially doing a lot of economic damage. Remember, he killed like 10 SCVs. He got a couple of Marines. It was a very good start for Shin initially. And remember, how did Clem respond after losing all those SCVs? Hellbats. He went for an armory, went for a Hellbat push. We saw that Shin did have the tools to defend, in a sense. Remember, Shin, he opened up Roach Warren, but he had no Roaches. He didn't make any Roaches. He was cutting corners, he was droning. He wasn't really expecting Clem to be that aggressive as at the follow-up, or in the follow-up. So Shin was caught with his pants down, and Clem, he snowballed out of control. He got over 20 drone kills with that Hellbat push. It was insane how much damage Clem dealt, and that was kind of game then and there. It was in that moment where Shin had to go for some kind of all-in, but it took him a little bit too long to really get that going, and Clem pulled him apart in the end after getting that lead. And with that, Clem takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Here we go. We're getting into that second game, and we'll see if Shin can bounce back, as game 2 is going to be on Alcyone. It looks like we have our map order as well. Okay, so game 1 is Oceanborn, game 2 is Alcyone, and game 3 is Amphion. That's a pretty bold game 3, not gonna lie. But no Dynasty. Thankfully, no Dynasty. Here we go, we're jumping into that second game. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. What's happening in the chat? I saw someone saying that, like, Clem seems to only put in physical effort depending on the stakes. I would hard disagree with that. I mean, I think there's like a back and forth happening in the chat, but I think, as someone else stated, Clem is very active when it comes to online tournaments and online weeklies, and I mean, there's a reason why Clem, we recently went over in the podcast the wrap up of the ESL Open Cup like stats, and Clem, he has won the most ESL Open Cups. Again, it shows that Clem, he does put in a lot of effort into them. I mean, there's a reason why he stays up late into the night to play in ESL Open Cup Americas, or in the Americas weeklies. He plays until like what, 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning to play in those tournaments. So the idea of like saying something like that, saying something like, oh, like Clem, he doesn't like put effort into online cups, just tells me that you don't watch, you just don't watch enough StarCraft, or you don't watch like a lot of these online weekly tournaments that Clem is involved in. It sounds like copium, man. It sounds like copium. Ah. Aye, aye, aye. Which is fine. It's hard to watch everything. True. It's hard to watch everything. Here we go. We are getting out across the map. Is going to be the initial SCV scouts, and Shin did open up 15-15, I believe. Yeah, 15 hatch. So a safer opener out of Shin. That's why he has so many lings, and he is going to try to skirt around the edge of the map, going to try to avoid the initial SCV scouts. Lings are spotted, but Shin, he sneaks out. He sneaks out with 6 lings. Bold move out of Shin. Queen pops out. Clem should be aware that something is a little bit amiss when it comes to the timing of these lings in the spawning pool. Oh, going for the tumor. Oh, doesn't quite get it. Reaper goes down. Clem does overextend. Lings, they're moving out towards that natural. And can they force a delay? Can they even force a cancel? They will at least delay the CC, getting on top of the SCV. And it looks like the SCV is going to go down. SCV does fall. So far, so good. The Marine has arrived. And Shin, he does abandon the natural. Guts into the main. Not bad. Getting on top of the reactor. Reactor under fire, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 SCV kills. Very nice start by Shin. Busts into the main base, 4 SCVs go down. The lings will be cleaned up, and we do confirm that, of course, Clem is going 3CC. Shin is fully aware, but I do have to remind you, if you weren't watching in the last game in Game 1, Shin, if you remember, he got what? He got 9+ SCV kills at the start of the game, and Clem, he still bounced back. So this is a good start for Shin. Don't get me wrong, very good start. Can he maintain that, though? Can he maintain that lead? That's the better question. As behind this again, Clem going 3CC means he can make 3 SCVs at a time. He can recover economically. Getting into the starport. Likewise, remember in Game 1, it was 3CC 2-1-1. This time, 3CC 1-1-1 instead. We could go for an add-on swap into Hellion Banshee, or we could just go for a Viking or a Liberator instead. I'm curious if we do embrace the Banshee production here from Clem. We are. Okay, we're going for the add-on swap. It's going to be Hellion Banshee from our Red Terran. You're recasting Wardy's live events? I don't get it. We are casting Wardy's event. Wardy's event is open to all casters, so it is not exclusive to Wardy, if you're curious. So Wardy has given us permission to cast. So we're not recasting, we're just casting. This is live. Hello. Hello, fast stuff in the chat. So yeah, this is a live cast. We're casting this alongside Wardy, for those that are curious. How bizarre. When it comes to a lot of these online events, they're open to a lot of casters, whether it's ourselves, Wardy, Steadfast, Rotterdam. I think another example of that, I mean, all online weeklies are an example of that, but another example is the Kalaris Rotterdam Steadfast Cup. If you watch that during the European time zone, that is not only casted by Steadfast, Kalaris, and Rotterdam, it's also casted by Zombie Grub and like Nathanius and Chicken Man. We could cast it if we wanted to. Like, it's just, yeah, it's open to all. As these are just replacements to the ESL Open Cups, which is why they're open to all the other community casters. Oh, Pikachu, you're an animal. Aye, aye, aye. For now, though, we're settling in. Are going to be settling in. Shin just getting his 4th base. Meanwhile, the Banshees have arrived. They're going to be applying some pressure, hoping to force a cancel on the 4th. Queens are somewhat in position, but the base is getting low. And can we force the cancel? 2nd Banshee soon to arrive. Overseer's almost done. Queens are waddling in. The base is still taking a lot of hits. But it looks like Shin, can he hold? Oh my god. Can he hold on? The base taking a lot of damage, so close to going down. A couple more volleys. And it looks like Shin, he will hold, he will survive. Saves the 4th base. It is insanely low though, which means even one drop of Marines could try to stim in, could try to snipe it. Is going to be vulnerable. Likewise, Clem, he still wants it with the Banshees. Hellions moving out. Hellions gets surrounded. Nice catch. Shin does catch out the Hellions. Banshee slips in. Once again, going for the hatchery, getting even lower. Spore has to reposition. Meanwhile, with the Hellions, Lings, they do hit the 3rd, but alas, Clem is ready for it. Clem does defend. Clem, he defends, he survives. And Shin once again is embracing roach play. We saw this attempted in the last game. Shin very fond of his roach play, of course, similar to Dark in that sense. Getting into 1-1, into +1 range. Bathing us behind this tells us that most likely Shin wants to try to work towards Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. Meanwhile, Clem, we spoke about it earlier, he wants that hatchery. We'll settle for the gold. Forces to cancel. Stimming in. Looks like there was a transfuse on the hatchery itself. Shin does hold, but his 5th base is denied. At the same time, Ling Runby is attempted, but Clem is ready. Clem is in position. Does defend the natural. So far, players are keeping up with each other. We're calming things down. So far, the creep is looking solid by Shin as well. Remember, because the Hellions got surrounded, there is nothing to really stem the tide of the creep. Clem now being active with the 2nd double drop. And he's got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of creep to clean up. So far, not bad. Shin not too far behind. Likewise, Job comes back in, going for the Queens. Doesn't quite get them. Medevac goes down. Marines are left behind. Nice catch out of Shin. Meanwhile, he defends on the left-hand side, is re-spreading that creep, maintaining his position. Clem so tenacious, he gets both tumors. Oh my god. He snipes the tumors. Gets out of there. Again, Clem being so attentive with his Marine micro, with his drop play. Meanwhile, we have our answer. I assumed it was going to be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, and it kind of is for Shin, but now we're switching into Ultras. Hive is done, Ultra production on the horizon as well. Vipers are on the way. Let's see if Shin can get there. Clem trying to pull them apart. Again, just relying on drop play. The tanks are left back at home. Just moving out with Marines. So far, Shin is keeping up. Bearing in mind there is no anti-air, so there's nothing to really stop these medevacs. At least until the Vipers hit the field. At least until Shin has power bombs. While Shin is maxing out. Clem reinforcing his drops. For the most part, Shin, he is split up. He's ready for this. Ghost Academy's on the way. Both players on 4-base saturation. Shin just trying to keep up with the Marines, with the drops. Ooh, whilst they do barely graze the drops, Vipers have arrived. And here come those power bombs. Finally some anti-air. And finally one medevac goes down. At the same time, Clem gets 4 drones. Keep Shin's attention here on the right-hand side. At the gold. Shin going for his own counterattack. Not much of them to defend, but there's still those Banshees. There's SimCity. Ooh, but Clem, not quite looking. Takes the Baneling to the face. Does take a Baneling. Ultra upgrades are on the way. No Ultras yet. We're still waiting for Kindness Plating for Ultra Speed. Shin is still just walling up, taking his gases, and maxing out. Getting ready for that Ultra transition. Clem is still just being so annoying here with these drops. Taking down some side defense. As Shin is embracing Ultras. Oh! Ooh, medevacs. One of them does go down. But as he's embracing Ultras, we have Ghosts already on the way for Clem. Getting into his ghost production. He's walling up, he's walling off. Sensor towers, planetaries, turrets as well. We are embracing a longer game here. And the question becomes, and again, Shin, he shouldn't really be looking to push into these entrenched positions. It's all about, can Clem take a fifth? Can he expand and take a fifth base? And when he does, well, I mean, that's the moment where Shin can punish him, where he can try and catch him off guard, catch him exposed. As Clem is expanding. I say that, Shin actually wants to push in. Bold move. He's going for the tank line. Decent blinding clouds. Bailing's rolling in. But the SimCity is brutal and they do not get on top of the army. And Clemmy kites back, he shuts down the Ling Bane. And Clemmy barely loses any SCVs. That was not the best trade for Shin. Shin has to back off. Clemmy bled out 3 tanks and 2 ghosts. A couple of ghosts went down. And the goal here for Shin is remaxing on Ultra. Ultras are on the way, and the goal here is that Shin's going to do that again, this time with less SimCity. Why, with an easier time breaking into that third. We'll see if he can. Clem is rebuilding. So is Shin. Here come the wave of Banelings. 5 Ultras on the way. 5th base is spotted. Shin throwing away his Roaches. I mean, at this point, they are dead supply. Shin refining his army. Spire is on the way. This can be for a greater Spire for Broodlord Infestor, if the game goes that long. So Shin is setting up. Again, he wants that 5th base. No planetary yet. Snipes going up. Shin going in for the dive. Gets on top of the tanks. Tanks are going down. Bailey's going for the middle lines as well. They do bust in. A nice showing here on the tanks as well. Tanks do 4, 6 SCV kills. No major economic damage, but he reset the tank count. Shin, he backs off. He remaxes already. More leads and Ultras on the way. And I believe most of the Vipers survived. Quickly checking here. Yeah, all the Vipers did survive. The hatcheries are getting low. But once again, Shin is going to back off, remax, rebuilds, and hit the 5th base again. Until it finally goes down. I'm attempting to stabilize. Going down to CCs, more turrets. I mean, this is the kind of the game state that we're in right now, is Clem has to defend. Shin has to remax and keep going. Snipes going up on the Vipers. They don't quite connect. Oh, nice EMP though. Ultras once again, they get on top of the tanks. Bailey's, they bust into the mineral line. Planetary does go down. And that's all Shin wanted. Bleeds out an Ultra. Barely survives. But again, that's the win condition for Shin, is just take down the 5th base over and over again and starve Clem out. Creep is spreading, covering the would-be bases here of Clem as well. I am a little bit concerned. Ideally, the Zerg player wants to saturate these fringe bases and prioritize them as well, because eventually, once Clem gets a 5th base up and running, I mean, the dynamic will shift, and Clem will gain momentum, Clem will break out, and he will eventually take these bases. So ideally, the Zerg player, or at least Cyril, is really good at this. He's really good at just taking these bases for himself and mining them and taking resources away from the Terran. Because once Clem establishes this 5th, then he can take the gold. And then bottom right, potentially top left. And Clem just has the more efficient army. So I'm a little bit concerned here for Shin and the way that he's mining. It can come into play. Meanwhile, he rotates towards the north. Ramming into the planetaries. We'll get 1, we'll get 2. Not bad. Clem out of position. Both planetaries go down, the tanks as well. Snipes are brutal. No, those weren't bad pickoffs here by Shin, but Clem does hold. Preserves most of his ghosts. Shin backing off, remaxing once again. I imagine rotating towards the south. This time, ooh, there is no planetary. It's an orbital instead. I believe that's the main. Oh, no, never mind. But we do have an orbital. There's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, it's more vulnerable. On the other hand, it can always lift, so you can save the base itself. Greater Spires on the way. Now you can see Shin transferring workers, taking gases. Only one Spire, so the upgrades are going to be lacking here for Shin when it comes to Broodlords. And basically, Clem is waiting for Shin to take a bad fight. And once that happens, then Clem can counterattack. Then he can be active on the map, either counterattack and threaten the bases, or just break out and take another expansion. It's kind of the game state that we're in. Speaking of taking another expansion, we're going for the gold. 5th base is up and running. Shin is pushing in. Nice EMP on the Vipers. Bailey's once again going for the mineral line. Actually going for the Marines. Marines are going down. He wants the Ghost. He gets them. Oh my god. Massive connections. A good chunk of Ghosts go down. Nice Biles here on the CC. And Clemmy takes a lot of damage there. He takes a lot of losses in that fight. Was like, what, a third of the Ghosts? And all the tanks as well. Meanwhile, Shinny backs off. He's remaxing. Now he's switching into Infestors. Infestors are on the way. No Broodlords yet. I mean, again, the upgrades are still lacking for the Broodlords. But Infestors, they have potential to fungal. Clem taking another expansion. Attempting to get the gold. Likewise, Shin taking bottom right. I do feel like Shin should have taken this base earlier. Same with top left. Like, this base could have been taken by Shin, and he could be mining from this expansion as we speak. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, but regardless, he gets another base, so it may not matter. Another planetary goes down. The Fungal! There's no follow-up. Or is there? Yeah. Fungal's the Ghost, but Shin wasn't quite ready to follow up on that. Let's pull away. Gets us around. Gets a Ghost. Not bad. Now Clem is aware. Oh, the Fungals, I should say. Shin gets another Ghost. As fighting head on like this, not quite gonna work out. Decent Fungal on the bio, but not on the Ghost. That shit is dancing with the army. Doesn't quite commit. There we go. Broodlords are now on the way. Again, they're not the best upgraded Broodlords. They have +1 air attack. But in this position, they can lay siege on the mineral line from the low ground. So Broodlords can abuse this. And again, Shin, he's hunting or looking for that Fungal on the Ghost, on the main army. Spanklord moving forward, Fungal a little bit premature. Rotating around. Shin keeping the Infestors under the Broodlords. Pushing in, snipes go up, nice EMP. It does get the tank. And the Broodlord count might just be high enough. How many Broods? We have 11. 11 Broodlords for Shin. Without a Fungal, he can't really engage though, and oh, yeah, the snipes are brutal. Snipes going up. He gets 2 Broods. Good kiting out of Shin. It's just an awkward angle to look at. There we go. It's a bit of an awkward angle. The Vikings yet. Gets another Broodlord. And more snipes popping up. Infestor's trying to get in position. More EMPs. They don't quite connect. But you can see how difficult it is for Clem to engage. Like, the terrain is just so difficult to work with here. Another big Fungal. Shin just biding his time. Trading with the army. Still on 12 Broodlords. And he does deny mining from the gold. That's all he really wanted. Forces a lift off. Clem rotating around. He's just given up on the gold base. He's like, screw it. I'm done. Shin, he never saturated the space, so it's fresh. It's a fresh mining base here for Clem, if he takes it. Shin pushing in, and has Clem overextended. The Thors, they go down. Broodlords are pushing forward. Getting more tanks. Shows those fungals. Not bad. Catches a couple of ghosts. Shin being so careful with those Broodlords. Fungals coming in, catching 3 more ghosts. Shin, he wants them. He wants the ghost. Doesn't quite get them. Gets the CC instead. And not a bad fungal. Shinny does commit. Takes down more ghosts. Efficient trades. And Clemmy's running out of money. He's running out of resources. He's out of gas. Limited gas income here for Clem. Shin finally takes top left. Didn't even kill the tumor, by the way, which is in the way. It's fine. Getting the northern expansion. Yeah, Shin is just forcing a fight out in the open. Unlike on the high ground, there's no terrain to work with here for Clem. Decent snipes. Decent snipes are going up, but again, as long as Shin can keep these fights going, keep trading, I mean, Clem, he's not maxed. Like, Clem, he's having a really hard time maxing out. He just keeps bleeding out more ghosts. Has to replace them, can't afford it. So Shin, he has to keep the pressure up. Nice snipes. Gets an infestor. Once again, we're back here at the golds. This time with a couple of Vikings. No corruptors. Bear that in mind. Massive snipes going off on the Broodlords. Behind this, more infestors on the way. Still no corruptors. Vikings, they hold their own. They do their part. Going back into Ultra. And it's one of those things where Shin, he's trying to kill Clem, but he can't. He can't get the ghosts. He wants them. Gets another tank. Let's catch a couple of the Thors though. Oh, the pickups! Clem saves the Thors. Shin is just going to commit. Rolls in with the Banelings. Not the best connections. Does land the fungal though. Yeah, massive connections. Takes down the ghost. That's finally what Shin was looking for. Oh my god. Takes down the majority of the ghosts. Files a connect. 5 SCV kills most of the tanks. And now Shin, now he can remax on Ling. And can go from here. Clem plummeting in supply. All Shin needed. The one fungal. He got it. I say that Clem is trying to establish another base, but again, he shouldn't be able to get this up and running. Shin is remaxing with Mass Ling. He lost all of his broods. Yeah, Broodlord count was reset. But with Ling Bane Ultra, he can deny this. Clem muling his heart out. Barely has an economy. Shin is giving Clem a lot of time. That's what I will say, but I mean, he's maxed. Shin is maxed out. Goes for the tanks. The tanks are exposed. They should go down. Now we can chase down those ghosts as well. Resets the tank count. And there's nothing to fall back to. GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Shin ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Oh my god. We are going all the way to game 3. Again, Shin was able to slow the game down to a crawl. Clem had to wall up, had to wall off, and yeah, Shin with a better economy was able to take advantage of that, was able to knock down base after base, was catching Clem a little bit off guard or a little bit out of position from time to time, knocking down those planetaries. and never really allowed Clem to stabilize his economy. That was kind of, again, the win condition for Shin was deny the mining, deny the gold base, deny the 5th base for as long as possible as well. Clem was unable to really stabilize, and GG, well played. Shin ties us up. We are going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. The final game is going to be on Amphion. A very interesting map. Amphion is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, but Shin is a very chaotic player. Even in best of 3s, he does often, allow maps like Dynasty or Amphion through the veto process for good reason. Usually it's for some kind of all-in, for some more specialized play. So my eyes are going to be on Shin here in game 3. For what he does and how he does divert from the norm. Now, something that we have seen a lot of on Amphion is Mutaplay. We've seen a lot of Mutaplay on this map in ZVT just because of the terrain itself, just because of the short rush distance by air. So we could see that, but that's also a little bit played out, a little bit out of fashion. It's very obvious to scout for that, to get eyes and read Mutaplay. So I don't know if Shin is really one to be that obvious. Might go for something different. We'll see. We shall see as we're getting into the ace match. We go. Terran is beatable in the late game. I mean, a big factor that I was trying to emphasize is the fact that Clem was never able to get a solid economy. So on the one hand, it was the late game, true, but on the other hand, Clem was never able to properly max out and build up any kind of bank. Shin was just hyper aggressive and just constantly in his face, throwing away a lot of supply to just make sure that Clem didn't have a solid economy, couldn't stabilize. That was at least Shin's approach. And here we go, we're getting into our next game, into the ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player, the French Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Now again, we have seen Shin defeat Clem in the past. It was what, like 2 weeks ago? I think it was like 2 weeks ago or so when Shin was able to bring Clem down in the WardiTV Monday. I think it was number 4, so maybe a little bit more than 2 weeks. I think it was around number 4. But again, it was a very different kind of veto process, different maps, different style. Once again, Shin going pool first. It is going to be a pool first opener. We saw Shin go for this in game 1. With this, he was able to go for a Ling run by. If you remember, he was able to get, what, like 5 SCV kills at the start of the game. Shin had a very strong start to game 2. We'll see if he can replicate that here in game 3. As he will have access to earlier Lings far faster here on Amphion. Meanwhile, Clem opening up Rax Expand. There's no 2 Rax Reaper. Honestly, it's been a while since we've seen Clem embrace that. It's been couple of weeks as he's moving out with his SCV scouts. Spawning pool is done, and interestingly enough, Shin is going for his queens, yes, but hasn't actually made any Lings. Interesting. So just a very safe opener here out of Shin. I mean, if Clem had gone 2 Rax Reaper, then Shin would be in a better position to defend. So as a result, when it comes to the openers, I do favor Clem. Clem going for a standard macro opener, Shin being very safe, as a result, a much later hatchery, much later expansion, and later droning as well. And Clem confirms. He confirms the timing of the hatchery, he's fully aware. Reaper's moving out. And Clem is just trying to make sure that there's no crazy Ling flood or Ling move out. Not this time. As Clemmy checks the third base. You can see the Reaper was actually kept at home instead of moving out. The reason for this is because Clem expects Lings. So he's looking for the Lings, he's looking for the aggression. Because of that, Shin was left alone. He's saturating his bases. The Reaper now arrives late. And Shin is ready for it. All in all, though, I still do favor Clem. Clem is going 3rd CC before starports. And on top of that, Shin is stuck on 2 bases. Shin is contained on 2 bases. Will attempt to expand, but there's an SCV in position. Reaper is zoned away. Reaper being zoned away once again, and eventually Shin will expand. But again, far later than he would have liked. Oh, hello Clem, as behind this Clem opening up double Cyclone. That I was not quite expecting. Double Cyclone production under Clem. With this, ideally, he's going to be hunting down Overlords. And could even follow this up with additional Hellion production. Curious. First 2 Cyclones have arrived. Hellion's behind this. Should be setting up for the starport. Ooh, no. Okay, 3CC211. Interesting. Something a little more aggressive, in a sense. So basically, instead of going for Banshees like we saw previously, I mean, the Banshees, they almost killed the 4th base, if you remember. Clem is going for faster stim. Much faster stim, much faster bio production. He will have map control with the Hellion Cyclone. He will get an Overlord. A nice pickup. Overlord goes down. Threatens the Queens, forcing out Lings. Lings are being forced out, but he's on creep. Oh, and Clem, he does overextend. 1 Cyclone goes down, 2nd Cyclone as well before the Hellions arrive. Ay, ay, ay. The Reaper as well. Very nice control out of Shin. Punishes Clem. Gets 2 Cyclones, gets the Reaper. And the Overlord Scout does get in. Shin, he confirms Stim. He confirms the 2-1-1. So Shin is fully aware of what's going on. The initial Cyclone Hellion aggression falls on its face. Gets 1 Overlord. And Shin responds once again with Roaches. Again, Shin is very fond of Roach play in this matchup. He's going to be falling back on Roach. Meanwhile, Clem working towards that eventual stim timing and the 16 Marine double meta can do that. I'll say a better start for Shin just because he's now fully saturated. Clem was hoping for more damage, was hoping for a more robust army, a more robust presence on the map. Has to pull away. And again, Clem is going to be stuck being a little bit more passive, at least until his medevacs arrive. Then he can be active again. Lings the Jukes! They catch 1 Hellion, but the other 3 do escape. Clemmy slips away. Once again, 1-1 range upgrades, or +1 range, +1 carapace. Shin embracing initially Roach play, but this can lead into Link Bane later on. Lings, they confirm their Marines, they hit the 3rd. Delaying some mining, but no major damage. No SVs go down. But again, at least Shin does confirm the move outs, and he's making Roaches. Roaches, they should pop out in time. Shin should not be caught out. Oh, it does get this round of the Hellions, though. Not bad. Gets 2. Gets 2 Hellions. Clem's army hits the field. The Queens are exposed. Gets 1. And he gets the 2nd as well. 2 Queens go down. Massive pickoffs. Most of the creeping Queens fall. Going for the 4th, and it looks like Clemmy will force a cancel. Yeah, Shin not quite in position. Barely not ready for this. At the same time, Ling Rambai gets 6 SCVs. Not bad. 6 SCVs go down. But Shin is still on 3 bases. Does need a 4th, and taking a 4th base on Amphion can be quite difficult. Again, the terrain is a little bit more awkward. There's this area behind, or the cliff face behind the 4th. Drops back in, looking for another cancel, and he will get it. Another cancel on the 4th base. I mean, this is brutal. This is affecting the production, the economy. Shin stuck on 3 bases, desperately needs that 4th. At this point, maybe worth just double expanding. Never mind. He's all-inning. No drones. No drones for Shin. He doesn't have a 4th base, but he doesn't care. He's pushing out across the map with a mass amount of Ling Roach Ravager. Back at home, what does Clem have? He has 3 tanks, 2 of them on the high ground, 1 on the low ground. Clem is pretty well set up for this, but one of the tanks is unsieged. Uh-oh. He is caught unsieged. Files coming in. Takes down 1, takes down 2 tanks. There's 1 tank left. And the Files, they will connect. The final tank goes down. Shinny's pushing in. Clem, he's trying to race back home. Marines, they do hit the natural. They do hit the 3rd. Boys are being pulled away. SCVs are going down. And is this too much? Can Shin get critical damage? He lays siege on the 3rd base. Marines have arrived. I mean, that's a good amount of Marines. Clem, he can hold. He can hold the natural. Oof. But not the 3rd. Yeah, the third base is forfeit. Reinforcements are on the way. Again, there's only one tank. There's only one tank, and Clem, he was caught with his pants down. He was out of position. Not expecting the all-in. Shin finally gets his fourth. Gets up and running. 2-2 is on the way. And Shin doesn't have to commit. He could drone if he wanted to. He could just drone up from here. And just contain. Speaking of. Shin setting up. Shaving off a couple of Marines. Third CC now being taken. Has Shin stuck around a little bit too long. Yeah, does have to back off. Does have to respect the army. Looking for a better concave. Doesn't quite connect with the piles. And Clemmy sims in. He dives on the army. Takes out the roaches. Yeah, I do think Shin, he stuck around a little bit too long here. Did overextend. Is going to bleed out quite a lot of units, actually. A lot of roaches go down. Clem now finally re-expands. Takes his third. I'm going for drop play. Shin backing off. Did drone up to 71. Does have the greater economy. That is true. 2-2 is almost done as well. Means they drop in. They got 4 drone kills. Not bad. Now, Clem is behind, but he has a lot of potential. I mean, with drop play, anything is possible. The downside of Roach Ravager is just how immobile it is. No anti-air either. I believe the Hydroden did complete. Yeah, there is a Hydroden. Marines towards the third. More drones going down. The comeback, is it possible? With Clem, it is. 100%. So Shin has to take care. Again, Shin does not have the greatest economic advantage, but tech-wise, I mean, his Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well. Working towards Hydra Lurker. Clem denying more creep. And now it's Clem's turn to push. And without Ling Bane, it's going to be a tough hold for Shin. Does get the fungal. But Clemmy gets away. Good amount of Marines go down. Tanks they siege up. Shinny sticks around a little bit too long. So many roaches go down, and Shinny's in trouble. Has to back off. No more fungals. Drop towards the natural. More drones going down. But bearing in mind there is no 4CC behind this Clem, he's committed. This move out needs to do some economic damage. He has to break down a base. Tanks are sieged. Shin buying time. Still no lurker tech though, or no lurkers. Still no hydras. Then rallying across the map. One tank goes down to the piles. Shin getting another tank. Oh, they're on siege! Oh my god, not in time. Tank does fall. Plus 3 carapace has begun. Rock's being knocked down. Clem pushing in. And again, he's 3 base all in. The fungal does connect. And shuts down most of the army. Another fungal as well. Looks like Shin. Does he have enough? The tanks are doing a lot of the back line. But Clem, he's running out of steam. Running out of Marines. Running out of Marauders. And Shin, he's getting on top of the tanks. There's 1 tank left. 0 tanks left. Shin holds. Shin holds, and most of the army supply for Clem is medevacs. Just purely medevac. Just a handful of Marines and tanks left. And remember, Clem, he had nothing behind this. As he's picking up his main. His main is lifting over as a 4th, just to keep himself going. Clem was all in. Still is in a way. But Shin holds. Shin, he holds, and now he can finally embrace Hydras, Lurkers, Vipers, Hive Tech. Shinny's getting further ahead. He's getting further ahead. Drop on the right-hand side. Drop towards left was scouted. Clem going for the 5th. But now there are lunkers. At the same time, drop at the 4th base. Drones are getting picked up. Nice control out of Clem. Again, the drop play in the micro has been insane. But despite, I mean, you could have the best. I mean, Clem does have arguably the best control in the game, but Shin's economic lead was brutal, was insane. And it's just too much to overcome. I mean, Clem is trying. Gets a queen. Oh, gets one more drone towards the end. Clem faking a doom drop. Oh, that's still a lot of medevacs. Yeah, power bombs do connect at the same time. Clem, no, he pushes into lurkers. Oh my god. He does clean up most of them. Plus transfuse, one lurker survives. And Clem, he lost a little bit too much there. It's a bold move. But Shin is going to clean this up, and Shin is going to cause another upset. Again, Shin, he was able to defeat Clem a couple of weeks ago, and now he's doing the same. He breaks through the tank line. Took down most of the medevacs. Now he has anti-air. It's Heart of the Swarm. He's got Roach Hydra. Let's go. Stutter stepping forward. Lurkers behind this as well. And again, it's an uphill battle here for Clem. I mean, it has been throughout most of this game. After we go forward with this pants down, GG gets called, and Shin, he will take the series 2-1. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. GG, the upset. He does it again, Bobby. He's crazy. GG, well played again. Winding it back, if you recall, Clem was being active on the map with his drop play, with his 2-1-1, as he was being active, as he was killing drones, and it was getting a lot of economic damage. If you remember, Shin, he wasn't droning, he was massing up Ling Roach Ravager. He went right down mid. He caught Clem unsieged. If you remember, one of the tanks was unsieged on the low ground. He only had 2 tanks on the high ground, and a lot of his army was out on the map in drops. So he was caught out, and from there, Shin, he crippled the economy, took down the 3rd base, and he was able to get a lead from there. Despite that, Clem, I mean, he went down fighting. He took down a lot of workers with drop play. He was still posing a threat to Shin, but Shin held. Barely held on. He survived. GG, well played. We are going to the finals. We're going all the way to the grand finals. It's going to be a PvZ between Shin and MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. We have our grand finals ahead of us. Going to be a best of 5 between MaxPax and Shin. Now, if Clem had made it to the finals, I would say that Clem was the heavy favorite to win it all. I mean, he always is, especially in modern StarCraft. But between Shin and MaxPax, we have seen Shin defeat MaxPax before. I mean, relatively recently, I mean, in the off-season, I should say. The off-season era of StarCraft. But MaxPax, I would say, is the favorite player here. Is going to be coming in as the favorite player in PvZ, so I'm curious how this all unfolds. It's a best of 5. We're going to see Dynasty. 100%. 100%, Bobby. We're going to see Dynasty. Oh, no. Not again. I'm curious what Shin does. Here we go. I mean, Shin, hey, he's caused one upset already tonight. Can he cause another? Can he cause another upset? Can he bring it home? Let's go. Let's find out. What I'm referring to, for those who haven't been watching Shin recently in PvZ, in best of 3s even, Shin has been allowing Dynasty through the veto process, and he's been going for spine rushes, specifically to punish the goal base, and it's had very mixed success. We've seen it work against Trigger, but we've also seen it fail against Estrella, it failed against MaxPax, it failed against most Protoss players, to be honest. So I'm not too fond of it, just because we haven't really seen it work too often, and he keeps going for it. Like Shin, he just keeps embracing it. Not like this. So we'll see if we get Dynasty again, and if he goes for another spine rush. For now, when it comes to the vetoes, looks like Post Youth, Golden Aura, and Crimson Court have been vetoed. I believe there's one veto left. What's it going to be, Shin? His final veto. Yeah, I assume so. Amphion. Amphion is going to be vetoed, so the question becomes, at what point do we embrace Dynasty? Oh, no. Not like this. How many of these grapes do I need to convert into grape juice? Oh no. All the grapes, man. All the grapes. Man with gun needs no economy. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Shin bested Max Pax in the finals 5 weeks ago. Yeah, like he's caused this upset before, but I would still lean towards Max Pax in this series. But I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for, you know, a game 4, maybe even a game 5. That's all I want. Game 1 is gonna be on Ghost River. Game 2 is on Oceanborn. Game 3 is on Dynasty, so we're seeing Dynasty regardless. It's happening. Oh no. Game 3 is Dynasty, Game 4 is Alcyone, and Game 5 is Site Delta. Okay. Just setting up all the maps. Getting everyone involved. Beautiful. And we're getting ready for Game 1. Now, again, big shout out to all the other casters out there in other languages. We have Funka casting in French. We have Inu casting in Korean. We have Pomi. We have So Bad casting in Chinese. And of course, shout out to Wardy as well for hosting the event. Again, it's called the WardiTV Monday, for good reason, is hosting this event. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe unaware, all the community casters, we all stepped up and we've all been hosting our own Open Cups in the absence of ESL. So during the off-season of ESL, we've had the WardiTV Mondays, we've had the Tenacious Turtle Tussles, we've had the Orsosaurus Cups, as well as the KSRC, the Colaris Rotterdam Steadfast Cup as well. We actually have more Open Cups than we did during the on-season, which is crazy. Because we also have STC, which was always around, to be fair. But, we lost 3 Open Cups and we replaced them with 4. Somehow that happened. All the Open Cups. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaimin Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss, the Blue Protoss player representing Slashstrom Gaming. It is Max. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gambler going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will be this week's champion. Will it be Max Pax or Shin, Zerg or Protoss? Shin, he's already done amazingly defeating Clem, the best player in the world, the favorite player to win it all. Clem was denied. Clem was denied by this Zerg player here, but now we're in a different matchup. Now we have a different beast waiting for him. The Max, that is the Pax. Oh boy, here we go. For now, Hatchgas full, standard opener out of Shin. Likewise, Max Pax going for the Gate Expand. I'll be honest, I actually haven't casted much of Max Pax's PvZ recently. The most recent matches I can think of, I remember Max Pax, he went down to Solar a couple of weeks ago. We casted that during the WardiTV Monday. Same can be said for his series against Shin. But I think a reason why we haven't casted, at least on this channel, much of Max Pax's PvZ is because we actually don't get that much Zerg representation in the Americas Opens. I'm referring to the Orsosaurus Cup, the Stego Monday Cup as well. These are tournaments that Max Pax has played in, but yeah, it's usually more Terran and Protoss dominated. Again, Shin and Dark, they aren't as active in those events, so I'm happy and I'm excited. I'm excited to see these two face off here and now. I'm ready for it. We've seen plenty of Max Pax against Terran. That is true. We've seen a lot of Max Pax versus Bjorn, Max Pax versus Clem, of course. We've seen a lot of that, I should say. But here we go. But now Shin is just going to be joining up. Likewise, Stargate gets placed across the map. It's going to be a Stargate open out of Max Pax. Everything looking normal so far, everything looking standard. We have seen Max Pax spice things up with a Stargate opener into Twilight Cans with the Glaive Adepts. Max Pax, he has embraced that from time to time. But again, it's been a couple of weeks, so I'm curious if Max Pax's PvZ has adjusted or has changed in those weeks. As Lings, they move out across the map, the wall is open. Adept does shade back. Shin distracting the Adept with 4 Lings. 2 of them do bust into the mineral line, and can Shin pick off a probe? Oh, so far, MaxPax pulling away. Good control. Yeah, saves all the workers, shuts down the Lings. Very nice worker micro here out of MaxPax. Does defend. And he holds. Better trade for MaxPax. Stalker is zoning away the Overlord. Because Shin opted to go for the mineral line, he actually did not scout the tech, so Shin is in the dark as to what's going on. Shin doesn't know. As he does head towards the mineral line, doesn't quite get a drone. Shin does defend. Lings, they hit the, or they try to hit the Adept and the Stalker. Adept is going to go down, not a bad pickup. Adept falls, Stalker is under fire, but the Oracle does reveal itself. And that is still a bit of a win for Shin. Shin at least confirms the Stargate, confirms the Oracles, and even wastes the energy of the first Oracle as well. So the energy is spent. Shin behind this, throwing down the Spore Crawlers. Spores in each mineral line, Spore in the main, Spore in the natural, or the unnatural natural. And we'll see if Shin can keep up against the Oracles. Third Spore is on the way. For a long time, a lot of the Korean Zerg, I mean, I say Korean Zergs, a lot of the top Zerg players, they were of the mindset that a third Spore is a little bit too much, and it's just too much inadvertent damage. But Protoss players have gotten so good at getting damage with the Oracles that it's just worth it to get the third Spore. Ooh, as we get 4 drone kills, Queen's out of position. Good damage here by MaxPax. At the same time, Lings, they hit the third base, but there's an Oracle to defend back at home. MaxPax, he defends, he attacks. 4 drones so far. Good damage. Good damage dealt here by MaxPax. Hasn't lost anything yet. No Oracles. And behind this is going for a Forge, and the Twilight Council looks like +1 and Blade. +1 Blade Stalkers from MaxPax. Establishing his third. Likewise, Shin is skipping the Roach Warren. We're at the 5-minute mark. No Roach Warren yet. Looks like Shin is going Ling Hydra, which can lead into Lurker play as well. If MaxPax was more aggressive, he could punish this, but again, he's going for a standard follow-up. Adepts are moving in. Only 4. Lings are keeping up. MaxPax doesn't commit. Has to pull away. There is a gateway explosion behind this, getting up to 6 gates. 6 gate blink. Adepts clearing up more of these tumors. They will shade towards the natural. They're getting into the mineral line. Drones are going to be going down. Yeah, Shin not quite in position. 4 drone kills. 5. Oh my god. 6 drones go down. Brutal losses. That is well worth it for MaxPax. Does lose map control. Shin going for a counterattack, but the Oracles, they're back at him to defend. MaxPax, he should be fine. At most, Shin, he can force the activation of the Pulsar Beam, which he does. Then he retreats. Shin, he has to back off. See, MaxPax, he has confirmed the army he's up against, and instead of going into Colossus, it looks like we have the setup for Storm. Temple Archives, Archon, Storm on the way. I mean, you could go for one or the other. It's going to be Storm for MaxPax. And Shin is still waiting for his lair to finish to embrace Hydra production. Just Lings for now. Shin going for a counterattack. MaxPax pushing right down mid. Storm has begun. But the third base is looking quite exposed. Lings, they get a surround. Yeah, Blink isn't done. Stalkers, they get shut down. And MaxPax will be turned around for a moment. There's the overcharge. Buying time. MaxPax defends. Pushing onto Creep. Base trap, it looks like it will connect. Not bad, but Lings, they come in from behind. Here come the Oracles, though. Shin, he can't engage. Again, this is the power of the triple Oracle opener. It isn't just about harassing early on. It isn't just about scouting, but also protecting those Stalkers by any kind of Link surrounds. So MaxPax, he does protect his army. Carries them back home. Lings, they try to engage. They catch out one Stalker. Just one. But at least Shin, he buys some time. He gets some breathing room. Getting a 4th base and joining up. Shin embracing Lingbane Hydra. And Lingbane Hydra is much more efficient against Stalkers, which is why MaxPax, he backed off. He retreated. And he's getting into Storm and Archons. And Zealots as well. Charge the Archon Storm. Fares far better here against the more fragile army of Shin. Shin's still trying to gain some value with these Lings, but alas, Magspaks is all over this. Storm is done at this point. Shin has to back up. Does scout, does confirm. And we'll see if Shin can survive this eventual move out. I mean, Storm is going to be brutal. Without Lurkers, it's going to be a tough hold for Shin. He has to rely on his Banelings, on a surround. Magspaks pushing forward. Shin does come across the Zealots. Station traps being set up. There's 5 High Templar, 5 Storms at least. Shin turns back around. Stasis goes off. War Prism into the main, but Shin, he is ready for this. Does split up his army. Does keep up. And Magspaks backs off. Does retreat. Again, he was vulnerable to a Ling surround. He knew there were Lings somewhere on the map. Didn't want to risk it. And Magspaks does establish his 4th base. Shin, likewise, almost maxing out himself. No Infestation Pits, no Hive Tech. Shin instead maxing out on Lingbane Hydra, on Lair Tech instead. There we go, Infestation Pit just out of the way. Bailey's rolling in. They force out some Storms. Storms get thrown down. No major connections from Shin. And he has to pull away. Getting caught out. And Shin attempting to come in for a surround, but the Storms are brutal. Oh my god. Yeah, Storms, they annihilate the Lingbane. Shin, he plummets in supply. And remember, there are no Lurkers behind this. It's just purely Lingbane Hydra. And Magspaks, he can keep pushing. Say that Shin amassing on more Ling Hydra. Going for a Baneling run by. Headed for the mineral line. Magspaks does respond. Does pull away. Lurker Dan's now in production. Now, the problem here for Shin is that this tech is more delayed. Shin, he focused more on maxing out and attacking, less so on teching. So Lurkers are a ways off. Shin does catch an Archon. But again, here comes the main army, and Shin, he is vulnerable. Only 3 High Templar. Not too many Storms. Zealot run back towards the natural. Zealot towards the south. Can Shin keep up? Bailey saying do crash in! Yeah, that was the final Storm. Wasn't enough though. Shin, it looks like he should be able to force this back for the time being, but nah, here we go. The stasis pops off. Archons are pushing forward. And Magspaks, he's a little snowball out of control. Shin, he just cannot keep up. Zealot bust into the natural. GG gets called, and Magspaks takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Shin, he was stuck on Lingbane Hydra for so long. He was hoping for a surround. He was hoping for a better fight in the center of the map. He didn't get it, and he was pretty, I don't want to say all in, but he was just very committed. He was very committed with that kind of style. When he didn't get the fight he wanted, he just fell behind. Just fell behind, couldn't keep up with the efficiency of that Storm-based army. GG. GG, well played. Magspaks takes the first game, and now we're getting into game number 2. Now again, I don't blame Shin for going for a more active style here, especially on Ghost River, but now we're loading into Oceanborn, a bit of a larger map. I would expect to see some different play here. Here we go. So we are getting ready for Oceanborn. A map more known for roach-based all-ins, just because of how exposed the threat is. The threat is very exposed here on this map. So my eyes are going to be on Shin this time, to see if he goes for an earlier Roach Warren and if he takes earlier gases. We'll see. We shall see. I need to ferment the juice and store it away for several years for the delicious CranKy wine. Oh no. Not like this. Drink responsibly. The CranKy wine, it's powerful. It makes you smooch. Aye, aye, aye. Here we go. Jumping into game 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. Down in the series, we're going to bounce back and tie up the series, make a series out of this. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. Amass one more is all MaxPax needs to force match point. As Shin is opening up 15-15, so 15 hatch opener out of Shin. Never mind. He did go for the extractor trick, but where are we going? Oh my god. Okay, Shin trying to be a little bit cheeky. The probe goes up the ramp, and as it goes up, Shin, he can expand. Cheeky moves out of Shin. He will be able to take the natural. We'll have a much more comfortable start here in game 2. Now, the downside is that this base is far later. It's a late expansion, so in that sense, it's a little bit more inefficient, but it's on location, so there's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, it's later. On the other hand, you're not spread thin early on. So Shin is willing to take a bit of an economic blow here in favor of just being safer. Take the natural. Probe gets trapped for a moment, takes some extra hits. Shin, he wants it. Wants the probe. And from here we can settle down, we can drone up, we can calm down as well. Gate expand from MaxPax into Cybercore into most likely Stargate. If it's anything but, we will point it out. We'll scream. He's crazy. Twilight Council. There's a pylon. It screams Stargate. Usually if it's a Twilight Council or a Robo Opener, the pylon will be placed a little bit further back to hide it. Because it's placed out in the open, closer to the edge, it's more efficient for a Stargate instead. As Shin is just droning up. Getting up to 2 bases. And there's a Stargate for MaxPax. So once again, I imagine Oracle-based opener. No reason for MaxPax to really switch it up. Really, my eyes are going to be on Shin this game. I mentioned before that the third base is a little more exposed on Oceanborn. This is why we've seen many a Queen Walk or a German Taxi or some kind of Roach-based all-in on this map, at least historically. At the same time, because it's so common, Protoss players have been getting better and better at defending against that and surviving those kind of all-ins. So I don't know if it's the wisest of choice to embrace that here on Oceanborn. Considering how good MaxPax is, I'm sure that's going to be in the back of his mind. Be keeping an eye out for the Roachborn timing. See, that does waddle in. MaxPax keeping up. Sorry, Shin keeping up. Behind this, Shin is actually making 12 extra lings. Interesting. With this Shin, he can try to shut down the Adepts and also counterattack and hit the third. Is possible. Yeah, lings are moving out. And we'll see if Shin can get on top of this. Again, he's hoping for the Stalker, the base itself. Ooh, Overlord does go down. Shin will get the Stalker, but at what cost? So many lings! Oh my god. The Oracle goes ham. That's what, 10 lings going down? 11. And was it worth it for Shin? I don't think it was. I mean, he was hoping to save the Overlord, but wasn't able to. Overlord still did fall. Also, I do apologize. You can see in the game there are some frame drops here. I will try to get on that in the next game. Do apologize. Just the connection to US, where are we? US West is a little bit unstable. Feels US West, man. Amiel behind this Shin, just embracing his Overlords, droning up. MaxPax going for the same follow-up, going for a Forge and a Twilight Council, getting into +1 and Blink. just like the previous game. Similarly, Shin going into +1 melee. This time going for a safety Roach Warren. Interesting. If you recall, last game just went purely Ling into Banelings into Hydras. This time has the potential to embrace Roaches as well. Adepts, they do threaten the Shade. Lings, they get a nice surround. One Adept does fall. 2 Adepts even. But it only takes 2 to one-shot a drone. And that is going to be 6 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. 7 drone kills. That's damage by Max. 7 workers do go down. Max pulling back home. Content with his damage. And again, embracing Blink and +1. Lings, they threaten a run by. Going for the 3rd. Once again, Oracle's in position. Lings, they do nothing. Max defends. Doesn't quite find any more damage though. Shin holding on, redroning, resaturating. Basically, after this game, I'm going to be turning my VPN off to hopefully clear things up. But it'll have to be after this game, so I do apologize. And hopefully they give us the time to work with our VPN as well. Know that our players are quite quick to get into the lobby, so I'll try to be quick, try to be fast. And I was curious as to what Shin was going to be embracing. I mean, the Roach Warren was already a bit of a sign of things to come, and we can see clearly, of course, no Hydras, the Spire. Bold move by Shin, he's trying to sneak into that Spire. Oracles, they bust into the main. Queens are in position. Queens, they deny the scouts. Oracle goes down. Max is in the dark. He has not scouted the Spire. He's unaware of the Mutas. The Muta switches on the horizon. Shin moving out. Again, the goal here for Shin is just to keep Max's attention on the Lings, on the army, back at home, not scouting. Shin is banking out more gas, more minerals. Spire is almost done. Overlords are finishing up. Lings, they hit the 3rd. They at least try to. The 4th even. And how many mutas? Soon to have 1,000 gas. So we go 9 mutas on the way. Lings, they rotate around. $11 mutas even. Let's go. And 11 mutas, that is more than enough to, of course, one-shot probes and get into mineral lines. And Max, he's not ready. There's nothing in the main, nothing in the natural, nothing in the 3rd. There's a shield battery at the 3rd at least. And Max will have Storm. Honestly, this is the same build. The same setup, the same build from Max 2 games in a row. Blink into Storm charge +2. And in a head-on fight, I do favor Max here. We'll see if he can punish Shin, as Shin is moving out with those mutas. Does head towards the natural. Max pushing in. Mutas, they reveal themselves. Going for the initial shield battery. The cannon even. A couple of workers are going down. Max, he turns around. He does recall back home. And plenty of Stalkers. Stalkers in the main. And the Mutas, they get 4 probe kills so far. I mean, that's okay damage. More importantly, they drag the army back home. They keep Max pinned back at home as Shin, speaking of, is taking up, going for the Hydrogen into Lurkers, into Hive. Shin is trying to transition into Lurker tech. We'll see if he can, though. See if he can. Mutas coming back in. Stalkers are in position. But again, Max is pinned back at home. So what I appreciate here is that Shin, he's actually not investing any further into these mutas. Max doesn't know this. So Shin is buying so much time. Oh god! Does take some storms to the face. Oh, not quite worth it there. Gets, I think, 1 High Templar? No, not even. High Templar do survive. Mutas pull away. Again, rotating around. Still only 6 mutas left for Shin. Only 6 mutas, but here come the Lunkers. Now, bearing in mind, these are lair tech Lurkers, so they're not really too impactful, but they can help survive and defend against a push. Lurkers are morphing in. And meanwhile, MaxPax looks like he's aware that, the game is going to progress a little bit longer. Sky Toss. More Stargates are on the way. Fleet Beacon as well. Phoenix production has begun. And MaxPax, he can start working on Carriers and Tempest. Lurkers are set up. Shin, he can hold. At the same time, Ling Rumbai hits the 4th, or hits the 5th. Denies the expansion. Not bad. Ling's gonna have a bit of a harder time trading against the Zealots, but they do come out on top. The Mutas are still active, finding more damage. Getting another 4 probes. And MaxPax, he's had enough, he's pushing through. Lurker's not quite in position. A little bit late to siege, late to burrow. Shin trying to keep up. Ooh, takes the storm to the face. Oh my god, another big storm of the Hydras. Shin does rotate, does respond. The base is exposed. Shin coming in from behind, takes another storm. Oh, and there's like 4 more storms left. Oh my god, so many storms. Shin having a hard time engaging. Another storm on the army. MaxPax going for the base itself. Hatchery is going to go down. There's no saving it. MaxPax, he gets the base, gets 7 more drones. But Shin, he survives. Like MaxPax, he cannot push into all these lurkers. And we're going for the Nidus into the main, but the Tempests are here. The Tempests, they reveal themselves to the Nidus Worm. They shut it down. Well, Shin, he wants to try to catch out the army. Lurker range is done. MaxPax, he does get away. Brutal storms on the Lings. Templar get caught out. Some of them do. Force them morph into Archons. Shin pulling away. Moving out with the Lurker counterattack. Trying to hold on. Still sticking with Hydra Lurker. Some of the main waste is denied. Decent positioning. Zealous is still trading well. Gonna take down the Hydras, take down the Queens. At the same time, Lurkers, they do push in, but last there is a recall. MaxPax, he defends his base, pushing on forward. The Tempest count isn't looking too high here. I want to say 4? No, 6. 6 Tempest. Lurkers, they get caught out. Brutal losses for Shin. So many Lurkers go down. He's got 9 left. The Lurkers, they're holding their own. Decent Hydra count as well. Meanwhile, Nidus across the map. This one does finish. Shin, he busts into the main. No detection. Yeah, Zealots are being cleaned up. Hydras, they funnel in as well. At the same time, MaxPax hits the left-hand side. 14 drones go down. Yeah, Shin's economy does take a big blow. But Lurkers, they keep filing in. And Shin, he wants the production. He wants the Stargates. And he will depower at least some of them. Oof. Lurkers getting focused down. And Tempest going ham. The main base will fall. Again, can Shin take down those Stargates? Doesn't quite get the Tempest. That's 19 probe kills. And 1 Stargate goes down. Lurkers being forced back. Shin reinforcing up. Does he get one? He gets 1 Tempest. 1 Tempest goes down. And Shinny just keeps going. Doesn't want to let up. They're building up more Hydras. MaxPax leaves his Tempest idle. 2 more Tempests go down. Massive pickups. Again, Tempest, they're meant to be the answer to the Lurkers. There's only 3 Tempests left. MaxPax rebuilding his Stargates. Rebuilding his Fleet Beacon. Does evacuate. And we need a moment to take stock here. Oh, also, we're looking smooth again. Whatever was messing up our routing to the Americas, it's cleared up. Shin pushing forward, counterattacking on the right-hand side. MaxPax out of position. Shin, can he knock down this base? Not quite. Boys being pulled away. Shin going for the Nexus. MaxPax coming in from behind. But the slideshow has ended. Nexus goes down. Nexus does fall. Shin reinforcing with Corruptor. I mean, again, Shin, he has a lot more time to build up his Corruptor count because of the disrupted economy, or production, I should say. Oh, but the Mothership recall towards the left-hand side. The base is going to go down. Massive storms in the mineral line. And now it's Shin's turn to be caught out of position. Base goes down. Shin trying to respond. Oof. On the mineral line, the drones! Get out of here! Oh my god. Shin trying to come in from behind. Does engage. Oof. Massive storm on the Hydras. Most of the Hydras go down, but now we have Corruptor. GG gets called. There's just too much. Shin, he lost far too much of his economy, too much of his army, and MaxPax takes the 2-0 lead. GG. A very chaotic game set. I mean, Shin, he was popping off, he was sniping bases, he was getting into the main, but on top of that, he was also losing bases. He was losing his own mineral lines. He did not have the economy he needed to sustain himself. Ideally, he wanted MaxPax pinned back at home, but MaxPax was so quick to counterattack with Zealots, and as we saw, counterattack with the Mothership as well. GG, well played. Shin pulled apart. And with that, we're getting into Game 3. Hopefully everything's okay. But we're getting into Game 3. It's going to be on Dynasty. It's going to be on Dynasty. Oh, no. Let's go. Okay, alright, Shin. Prove me wrong. Let's go. We're going to be loading into Dynasty here for game number 3. And I'm curious if Shin is still on that Spine Rush kind of hype train, or if he's seen the light, and if he has a different kind of build. I mean, regardless, this is a little bit more of a Protoss favored map, just because of the goal base that can be quite difficult to punish. So I'm curious how Shin will approach this. Typically, like, we very rarely see standard macro games in ZVP on Dynasty, or even ZVT as well. Usually it's an all-in. Usually it's an all-in of some kind. As it's a lot more difficult to really pull off more standard play on this map just because of the base layout, because of the expansions, because of the greater economy that a Terran or Zerg player can achieve on Dynasty as well. So there's a lot working against Shin, but we'll see. We'll see what kind of build Shin whips out. As here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Kaiman Gladiators. Down in the series, can he bounce back? Can he take a game and make a series out of this? The pressure is on. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. Odamas. One more game is all he needs to take the series as he moves out to check on that gold and to, yeah, be maybe a little bit cheeky with his own probe. It is MaxPax. Shin attempts to rush into the goal base, and MaxPax, he's here to deny it. So a good read out of MaxPax. He's in position, and Shin is going to be delayed that natural base. Oh boy. Yeah, he's forced to take the regular expansion instead. Again, it is very common for Zerg players to rush into the gold on this side to take advantage of the high-yield gas geyser, and that leads into roach all-ins. Alas, that won't be the case this time, as MaxPax is all over this, goes to the pylon block, and does force the natural expansion. We go. MaxPax does confirm, and MaxPax should be getting into the goal base himself. Now, the reason why we speak about how very often this map is vetoed by Zerg players is because of the gold itself. The reasoning for this is the Zerg player cannot take the goal base as a natural base, or even as a third base. The reason for this is because you can abuse the mineral line with range-based units, whether it's Marine, Hellion, Reaper, Adept, Stalker, any kind of range-based unit can abuse this. On the flip side of things, Zerg players can't do the same to Protoss, or Terran, or in general, which is often why we've seen Zerg players rush into Roaches to try to punish the gold in some way. We've seen a lot of Roach rushes or Ravager rushes as well in this matchup to try to apply some pressure. Otherwise, Lings and Banelings can't really do much about this. So the opposing player can freely mine from the goal base. So I'm expecting an earlier Roach Warren out of Shin. Shin, he kills the probe, does invest quite heavily into killing the worker, so I imagine that's for a good reason, or maybe Shin is just trying to get into the mind of MaxPax. We'll see. Link speed is on the way. Shin, he pulls out. Okay, he pulls out of gas. He's not rushing into an early lair. no early Roach Warren either. Likewise, no proxy hatch. Okay. Shin going for the triangular third. So far, this looks like a standard game. This looks like a standard game out of Shin, and in seeing this, that's where I'm concerned. Again, I mentioned before that usually we see all-ins. Like, it's very standard to see all-ins on this map from Zerg players just because, you know, in a longer standard game, they're at a disadvantage. And it feels like that's what Shin is embracing. A longer standard game. So far, at least. As MaxPax is getting his goal base up and running. It's going to be a Void Ray opener. Okay, MaxPax, he's mixing it up here. My eyes have mainly been on Shin on Dynasty, but now they're diverted to MaxPax, opening a Void Ray, hunting down Overlords, keeping Shin in the dark. Now, with a Void Ray opener like this, we could end up going into a faster Twilight Council, into Glaive Adepts, into a second Stargate, into Mass Void Ray, into Sky Toss, into like a fast Fleet Beacon, or into a third. We'll see what direction MaxPax takes us in. Regardless, Shin is going to be a little bit blind to what's going on. As the Void Ray has arrived, it's going to be an Oracle follow-up into a third. It's just an economic opener. Meanwhile, Adepts a shade across the map. 3 drones go down. Nice damage. 3 workers do fall. And so far, Shin's still droning, has not pulled back into gas, throwing down his Spore Crawlers. There's the Twilight Council on the way. This is an earlier Twilight Council from MaxPax. I mentioned before on Ghost River, if you remember, I was talking about how we have seen MaxPax go Stargate into Glaive Adepts before. This looks like Glaive Adepts. And if Shin does not throw down a Roach Warren, or if he doesn't set up defensively back at home, then I'm concerned for Shin. There is no Forge. So this feels like Glaives. If we were casting Hero, I would say maybe like a 3-base Blink all in. But we'll see what MaxPax does embrace. Show us what you got. Safety Roach Warren. It is going to be Blink. Okay, you have my attention. MaxPax is rushing into earlier Blink instead. Now, this is actually a really solid defensive opener. The reason why I say this, if Shin was going for a Roach all-in, if he was cutting workers early on and moving out with Roaches, by the time the all-in hits, Blink finishes. Blink does finish in time to defend. So, really early Blink here out of MaxPax. The downside here for MaxPax was Lings, they do get the surround! Yeah, Stalker does fall, Oracle's out of position, Probes are going down as well, MaxPax getting caught out. 2 Stalkers, just 2 Stalkers and 1 Probe, nothing too major. What I was going to say is the downside here for MaxPax is the upgrade, or the Forge specifically. +1 is going to be a little bit later, it's going to be delayed for MaxPax, but he will have a lot of Stalkers to work with, and earlier Blink. Now, the all-in that I mentioned that I would say if we were casting Hero, that's what I would expect, is if we don't take all of our gases here at the 3rd base, if we go up to 8 gates and maybe a proxy gate across the map, then MaxPax can just go for an 8-gate Blink all-in. But because we have a Forge and we have +1, I'm leaning away from that now. He is getting up to 7 gates though. Oh my god. 7 gates set up here. No proxy yet out of MaxPax. But the Probe is moving out, I believe, to set up a proxy. Okay. Let's go. It is a 3-base all-in. The Probe has arrived, so the goal here is to set up a proxy location in the center of the map. It's going to be 8 gates. It's going to be a 3-base 8-gate all-in. It's going to be a different variation because it will have +1, so there is a little bit more kind of longevity behind it. There's the pylon, soon to be a gateway. It's all or nothing for MaxPax. And Shin, if he had droned too much, I mean, he'd be in trouble. Thankfully, he did not skip the Roach Warren. It's going to be Ling Roach to defend. Roaches are on the way. He desperately does need them to survive. The pylon is done. We do need the gateway. Yep, gateway's on the way. AK 3-base all in. Massive amount of Stalkers on the way here. And MaxPax, he's going for the kill. He's going for the throats. And can Shin hold on? He's trying to stay strapped behind this. Ooh, the stasis is not baited out, so Lings are shut down. Roach is pulling expensive losses here for Shin. Yeah, some brutal losses here. Roaches are falling. At the same time, though, Shin, he does have the concave. Hydras are on the way. It's going to be Roach Hydra for Shin. And again, Shin is going for the goal behind this as well. At least trying to. I say that the Void Ray takes down the Queen. It's going for the expansion. Another Queen's on the way. The Roach buffer here has been cleaned up. No more, barely any Roaches. Hatchery goes down to the Void Ray. Brutal pickoff. And without those roaches, the Hydras are exposed. Yeah, the Hydras are exposed. MaxPax, he just keeps warping in, keeps going. He's so close to breaking Shin. If Shin had the gold up and running, it would be a different story, but doesn't really have much economy behind this. Yeah, and it looks like it is too much. The soul count is just far too high here. Hydra's getting picked off, roaches as well. And MaxPax, it looks like he has done it. He's broken the back of Shin. I was hoping for a back and forth, hoping for a game 4 or a game 5. And I mean, hey, Shin was popping off in game 2, especially on Oceanborn. He had his moments. But MaxPax, he's snowballing out of control, getting on top of the Hydras. Expensive losses here for Shin. One Stalker does fall, but GG gets called again. The writing was on the wall, and MaxPax, he will take the series 3-0. Becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. It's been a while since I've seen that 3-base all-in that MaxPax just showed us. It used to be all the craze last year. You know, I'm talking like November, October, December of last year. We saw it a little bit at the start of the year as well, but did kind of fall out of fashion just because it was so played out. Players got so much better at defending against it. So it's really cool to see MaxPax just kind of bring it back a little bit here. Bringing back that 8 gates, 3-base all-in, which can punish Zerg players quite hard, especially if they're a little bit too greedy, or even on maps like Alkion as well, which that 3rd base is so vulnerable, so exposed. I should have brought that up as well. That 3rd base location from Shin, it's on the low ground. There are 2 choke points as well that MaxPax was making use of. He was quite easily kind of weaving between the 2 of them as well, denying any kind of surround, denying any kind of setup there from Shin. So really nicely executed by MaxPax. And yeah, I do think it's a really good build as well to whip out on a map like that as well. Considering that Shin wasn't going for any kind of all-in. Considering that Shin was trying to macro. On Dynasty. Crazy. Was punished for it, Pat. Punished for it. GG, well played, MaxPax. He will be our champion this week. Congratulations. Again, without Clem facing off against MaxPax, I was favoring MaxPax here. Still hoping for back and forth series. And again, there was some good moments for Shin, definitely, but barely was unable to cause the upset again. Not this time. But I also don't want to take away from Shin, because remember, Shin, he took down Clem to make it to the finals, which was a crazy result. Clem was the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament, but Shin had other plans. And I'm sure MaxPax is very happy that Shin did it. I'm sure MaxPax even like sending Shin some DMs like, thank you so much. Like you stopped Clem. You stopped him, Papi. Thank you. So I'm sure he's elated to see that he didn't have to go up against his nemesis Clem in the finals. A much cleaner 3-0 here from MaxPax. Very nicely done. GG. GG, well played. Oh. Here we go. VPN off. Yeah, I got you. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. We do appreciate it as well. If you want some more StarCraft, if you are unsatiated, then we have you covered. Let me just quickly check for you. Oh, not quite us, but I believe the Kalaris Steadfast Roddy Cup is in an hour? No. 40 minutes. Oh my god, in 40 minutes time, there is another weekly tournament, but this one is more European centric. It is more centered around the European time zone, so you can tune in 40 minutes. We won't be casting it, but it is often casted by Steadfast, by Rotterdam, by Zombie Grub, and some other English casters as well. Technically, we could cast it, true, technically, if we wanted to, but it's quite late here. It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. in the morning here in Australia. We're not quite in the time zone to actually cover many European events. It doesn't stop us from covering other European tournaments, like some of the Polish lands or some of these other events, but you know, some sleep would be nice. So alas, we do typically avoid the European weekly tournaments, I should say. Usually, every now and then we do dip in. But yeah, there's going to be plenty of other English coverage for you, with Zombie Grub, with Steadfast, with Rotterdam, with maybe Chicken Man and Dave Testa and all the other English casters. They got you covered. they got you covered. Otherwise, our next cast is going to be, I believe, in less than 24 hours. While we sleep, while we rest, while this event is taking place, by the time we wake up, what do we have? I mean, this tournament has had a bit of an identity crisis. You might be familiar with the Ursasaurus Cup. There were like 4 editions of that. That is no longer a thing. Then we had the Stego Monday Cup for like 2 weeks. That is no longer a thing. In how many hours time? In less than 12 hours, we're going to be live here on the channel with the Pigosaurus Cup. Now, why is it called the Pigosaurus Cup? Well, because it was the Stegosaurus, or the Stego Monday Cup, but Pig has stepped up to sponsor the event. So earlier I was talking about how all these community members like ourselves, the CranKy Ducklings, Steadfast, Rotterdam, Wardy, Chickenman, Dave Testa, we all stepped up and we all started our own open cups and we all started our own tournaments during the off season. Well, now Pig was jealous. Pig was like, "Oh, I want to take part as well." And Pig, he is helping to sponsor the Stego Monday Cup. So now Pig is also getting involved as well. Who are we missing? No naming names, you know. I don't want to call anyone out, but you know, a lot of us, we've all stepped up, which was really cool. It's really cool that the community in general has kind of risen to the challenge here and has kind of filled the shoes of ESL during the off season. It is really inspiring to see that everyone is so willing to take part. So much love to everyone involved. And again, Pig is now going to be sponsoring the Pigosaurus Cup, and we're going to be casting that. We're going to be casting that in how many hours? It's not on TL. Hold on, I'll check the calendar. We're going to be covering that in 9 hours. In 9 hours time. So in 9 hours, hey, we got some time to sleep. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live with the Pigosaur, not Pigosaurus, sorry, Pigosaur Cup, Pigosaur Monday. That's going to be, again, in 9 hours, so we got you covered there. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Sleep is for the weak. Castle 4 and no life for 36 hours. Oh, no, not like this. I'm waiting for them to pick a name. Isn't it called the Pigosaur? Am I crazy? Have they not, like, settled on a name? Let me see. Yeah, Pigosaur Monday. Yeah. They got it. They got it. Oh. Wasn't this map 1? Map 1 was Ghost River. Ghost River. But with that, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And with that, we're going to be heading off. Going to be heading off for the night. Again, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Also, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via following us on all the social medias. I also have to pay out the predictions as well. Let's not forget. But you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We are live on all things CranKy Ducklings. We do also stream on YouTube at the same time. You can check out our VODs on YouTube. It's all available there on YouTube immediately under the live tab. So VODs are there. If you cannot watch live, we got you covered on YouTube. And you can also help support us on Patreon. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments. I did just mention that, you know, we've been running our own tournaments as well, and it is all funded via Patreon, specifically Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. So if you want to help support those tournaments, if you want to help support StarCraft, you can do so via Patreon. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow or in 9 hours for the Pigo Monday, the Pigosaurus, the Pigosaur Cup, and I believe later on this week we have Code for Giants Cup, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and the Pondcast as well. So with that, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Have a good night. Ciao. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.